Welcome to Rogue Tower, the future of gaming. It's so quiet for you. Oh, right, I remember, because the sound levels change like 200% when the wave comes. I'm gonna turn it up just a tiny bit. But yes, I believe this game is too quiet when the wave isn't here and too loud when the wave is here. But that's, you know, part of the appeal, part of its charm. Hey, RoboJumper, Karen 21 months. Hey Stampeasy, hey Dagoax, hey Larinette, hey Dylan, hey B Squared. Double Bug Hello, hey Karthus, hey Fizzy Lifting, hey Zero Awakening, hey Blue Forest. Hey Xylophone Hello, hey Swakajust, hey Merstyle, hey Senral. Hey Luke, hey RWJ. Multi D20 Hello, Butler Links to 34 months. Hey Kaimuni, hey Neslick is Beacon. Jubal Hello, hey Starburst Stream, hey Chocofan, hey Diggity, hey Patchkill, hey Shadowran, hey Mononoke, thanks for the 7 months. Miyamo, hello, hey Crypto Joe, hey Seraph, hey Orchid Wolf Music, hey Compressor, hey Corbin, hey Blue Man, hey Zazeus, hey Asmac. Schmack. I'm sorry to hear that, Swaka. Hope you feel better soon. Hey Todish, hey Perdidio, hey Root. Am I going for 100%? I haven't looked at what 100% is. At the moment I'm just doing the Ballista plus other thing stuff. I'm not really going for 100% because if I were I would play it on single path, but I'm playing it on tri-path. I'm mostly just playing the game and enjoying it. That's generally how I do things. Ekunclisian. Festive Obeliscus, hey Gyarados, hey Zhangjiang, Swordmaster, thanks for 3 years. Prestige doesn't seem to be implemented. I don't know what Prestige is. People keep mentioning Prestige. I don't know what that is. Scarecrow, hey Gus. Hey Full Wagon, hey Egg of Sadness. Is that guy again? Hello. Hey Eninra. Hey Truesque. Known as Hello, he Hunt You Forever. Hey Kablamo, hey Dragonborn. If you haven't seen this game, boom! It's a tower defense game. It's also a roguelike, so every wave you get a new card. And you get to select from. At the beginning you get to select from 3 every 3 waves, but then you get meta progression upgrades that get you to drawing cards every round. And getting to select from 6, I guess. So yeah, we've done a good amount of meta progression. This is all achieved in like 1 day of play, so it doesn't take forever to unlock stuff. Stuff I don't have unlocked yet. These are all different towers, and I haven't unlocked and upgraded them fully. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more to do. Let's unlock the flamethrower. What does this do? Burn damage extra. Burning enemies also take additional damage to armor. Oh, that just means that the dot deals more damage to armor, I think. Lots of burn damage. Alright, nothing about this is that unusual, I don't think. You know what? Let's unlock this down. You know, I have so much money. Let's just unlock them all. So playing with only 2 towers, this is actually a terrible idea, isn't it? Because by unlocking all of them, I'm going to get offered ones that I don't want. So yeah, I should really stop clicking these buttons, but I'm just not going to. It should be fine. You get offered a lot of cards. I just got an achievement. It's full unlocks, I think. Cool. Thanks 18 months F Quaizon. That's so much meta progression. Yeah, I mean, those unlocks I just did were from experience that I got in 1 run. So it's actually not that many unlocks. I want this. I really don't think I do. I think adding this to my pool just actively makes it harder to win the game. Okay, I'm just not gonna unlock that one. We'll do that later, maybe. Mad Boar Hollow. He won third power of nothing. Healess roll. He Raven Magus. A real zero cry. It's just a game. If it were sponsored, it would say so in the stream title. So, single defense is the easiest. The enemies come down one path. Double defense is the second easiest. I haven't even played a single run on this. I guess at some point maybe I will, but not yet. Triple defense is the third easiest, aka the hardest. I have beaten this, but I did so... Well, actually, I would have beaten it, I think, using only 2 tower types. So what I'm doing right now is I'm going for achievements where I only use 2 tower types. So we get ballistas, and then we get 1 other tower. And I haven't, like, decided which one I'm going to pick right now. We're gonna, I guess, work it out. I guess we can see, like, what the shape of the map is. See if there are good spots for Tesla coils, or poison throwers, or... you know, whatever. Samantha, Hematoid. A minimal effort. You to spend stuff with the towers. So yes, these are my ballistas that I just made. I'm putting them next to the housies, because the housies make gold every turn for towers that are next to them. So there are a few things with adjacencies, not a ton. This is my tower. If enemies get to it, I lose. We have 45 waves. 15, 25, 35, 45 are boss waves. And we will probably not succeed this because it's sort of hard. Okay, so immediately that's a really good Tesla spot. It's like straight away. Could try a particle cannon. Spots enemies and magnifies the damage they take. I've never built a lookout tower before. That seems like it would be hard. Let's just take broadhead bolts for our ballistas early. And thanks for the 13 months. Appreciate it. Glad that you enjoyed that video, Henrik. Oh, this is also a pretty good tile for some sort of tower right there. Flamethrower. Poison sprayer. I don't think I have great layout for flamethrower and poison sprayer right now. I'm just gonna take a longbow. Range on ballistas. I'll have a good number of ballistas. Look this way. Oh, what? they all have hooks. Every single one. Grief. Here we are. He's Effertoad. Thanks on haunted houses are like structures instead of towers or something. I don't know. There's some distinction in the game. But yeah, you're allowed to build the buildings that don't shoot at things. I'm wondering if I want to just take poison sprayers. Getting non-ballista towers going seems like it could be good, and poison sprayers probably can win. It's just my setup is very good for either Teslas or... well, just for Teslas, right? It's just very good for Teslas. I think I want to keep trying to roll for Teslas. I wonder if the Frost Keep is actually good on this map. Uses mana to slow nearby enemies. Might be. The only thing is, when enemies get... I'm not sure I can do that because I'm too close to the tower, and when enemies get close to the tower, I think they haste and you can't slow them anymore or something. I don't quite understand how it works. I've never tried building a Frost Keep before, so I'm sort of imagining how this might go. Is the radar any good? Well, it's okay. Costs 1,000 gold to build one. Yeah, it's okay. I think Frost Keeps also do some damage. Okay, let's try it. Feels like I'm throwing away a very, very, very good start if this doesn't work. What does this do? It does 8 base damage. It has a range of 3.5, which is for some reason a square. What happens if I build one on low ground? That has a range of 2. Okay. We're definitely benefiting from building it on high ground. I can't afford that. Oh well. I didn't see them taking any damage. Did you see them take any damage? I didn't see them take any damage. All frost keeps gain 1 range. Interesting. Kiyomi, thanks for the sub. I appreciate it. Use 2 mana each. Yeah. I'm gonna need this mana bank at some point. I got Tesla coils immediately after I picked something else. I think if I just click on Tesla coil here, I win the run, but I can't because I'm only allowed 2 types of powers and I've already committed. So I'm definitely going to need a mana bank at some point. Blizzard 1 seems really good. I probably need mana, right? Woo! So if that gets to the tower, we don't immediately die. We have 20 health, but you know, it would have been less than good. Let's take banditry, I think. Get some more money. Banditry seems generally pretty important. I want these paths to be different lengths so that the enemies from them arrive at different times. So this path's 3, this path's 1, this path's 1. So I want to expand either this one or this one. Probably this one, since this tower can hit it as well. And I would like to get more money so I can build a mana bank. And my towers will actually go. Took 1 hit there. It's okay though. Okay, we have enough for 1 mana bank. Blizzard? Probably? Investing in mana in this economy. Yeah, it's weird, right? How long does this... This fires 378 shots per minute? Is it AoE? I don't understand how it works. I just like don't understand. Yep, I don't get it. Why is this shooting? There are no enemies here. I don't understand at all. It like is single target, I guess? This is very, very strange to me. Smelchin thinks for 22 months. They have to run into the snow particle? Okay. That's pretty incredible. If I overlap them, are there more snow particles? Is that what happens? If I overlap them, there are more snow particles. Okay. This is interesting. Not sure about this one. I think I'm just taking longbow. like I'm about to die, probably. This path's quite long. It's nice that these two are next to each other and continue to be next to each other. This is so bizarre. I guess it's cool, I don't know. It's sort of cool. A lot of tower unlocks, but I don't use those for anything. He's Emma down. It's a frost tower. How could it not be cool? Yeah, I guess. I'm gonna place this here and expand, I guess. So it feels... Oh, the snow only falls on the path. And this is not actually in range? Wait, where is that snow going? I don't understand how these work at all. Ow. A little bit of a leak there. Cowboy Tack and Nash, so that's 6 months. Another +1 range? Does giving them more range give them more snow particles? Or do they still have the same number of particles, but they're spread out now? Wonder. Didn't sleep much? Slept a bit. Like RPM went off? Does one of them has less range than the others, right? What? This has 414 RPM and this has 432 RPM. So RPM is dependent on how many tiles are in range to cover with snow, I think. Maybe. Or maybe, I mean, could be. That could be the explanation. Maybe it's something else. Also, I need another mana bank. I don't have any mana anymore. Well, the weather outside is frightful. Where the fuck did all these houses come from? As you meta progress up, you get more starting houses. Mana siphons? No, I don't want to spend more than 1 tech on mana, and I already have mana banks. Pretty sure that you just don't take mana siphons ever. The problem is that you can't build as many of them as you can build mana banks. So if you want tons of mana late game, but you're relying on mana siphons, you may find yourself struggling. I'm building around this because it'll gift us gold. Help out the economy a bit. I may just be dead though. Feels like there's some variance on whether these hit or not, right? Which seems like a bit of a problem. Sort of need my towers to you know, actually kill the enemies instead of just completely missing sometimes. When they hit, they work though. Definitely work when they hit. Burn damage is very good. I'm gonna take burn damage, and then I'm going to set up some ballistas. And I'm gonna target these on armor, because burn deals a lot of damage to armor. They're just worse Tesla towers. Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably an adequate description of most of the things in this game. Gold? Oh, you mean a worse Tesla tower? Etc. They seem to burn a lot more mana than Tesla towers as well. It's because they're always shooting, right? Tesla towers, if there are no enemies in range, they aren't shooting, so they're not using mana. Whereas these are just always shooting. Just barely didn't leak there. This map seems unfair. To the enemies or to me? I think it's a pretty good map. Take bleed on ballistas. Take more burn on ballistas. I think I want to do one of those two things. The play seems to be to mostly win with ballistas, but to have a bunch of frost keeps sprinkled around to slow things while I win with ballistas, which is like, whatever, fine. But yeah, I will need ballistas to actually kill things. How many frost keeps to spawn a frozen eye? I don't know. Do I have the most defense? It's a nice hook. You want to like the game, but you don't like it? That's fine. You don't have to like it. I like it. It's so pretty. So relaxed and calming. Quality over quantity is like basically a game-winning upgrade, I think. Pretty sure we want one of those. We're about to hit level 14. I'm gonna want haunted houses for economy soon. Also, I'm going to need to deal with shielded enemies in 3 waves, and I am currently very bad at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 5 frost towers. Another on like here. Put it here since there's more range. The idea of a roguelike tower defense is nice. Yeah, I've been enjoying it. Currently, so I just took a perk that gives all of my towers -1 base damage, but 1% crit per level. These towers level up as they shoot at things. I can also pay for level ups if I want. At the moment... Oh, where's that boss? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3. I can make the boss come from this way. I think I'd like to do that. At the moment, I'm pretty sure I've just made my towers weaker, but over time, that will change. Oh my god, the hook? Oh, this is such a good path. Wow. Making everything a roguelike in 2022? Yeah, well, people don't want to commit, you know? My dad. That's a lot of stuff. No, I'm not. Good. Yeah, learning cats. The ballistas are doing a good job of stripping armor, at which point the enemies die pretty quick. The slow does seem to help, yeah. So we're gonna want haunted houses to get some economy going after level 15. The boss is going to spawn at the longest path, but can't spawn on the tile I just placed. Right now, this path and this path are equally distant. I don't know which one it picks, actually, if I don't do anything here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to place a tile here so that it can't spawn on this path, which is going to force it here. And it's also... Let's build a most health ballista to hit it. And I want another frost keep there, I think. To try to slow it. Another most health ballista. Oogie! Don't have a lot of mana, huh? Yeah, I think that Ugi being larger means that the frost towers are more effective. Makes sense. Seems probably true. Are you going to die? Answer is yes. More burn damage on ballistas or seance for a bunch of money. I'm about to die. Maybe about to die. Also take conductive snow. Get through shields. TK Mara, thanks for the 4 months. Here's the list of 100 games. Exclamation mark games sheet, I think. I'm gonna take Seance. Economy seems important. Seance again. Don't really need Frostbolts, I feel like. Frostbite's the only one that does anything. Okay. So. This path is a thing. Oh, I need more mana. Set mana bank, I guess. I sort of like that this path is shorter than this one because the enemies from here come in before these ones come through the ballistas. makes some sense to me. What happens if you upgrade these? Costs a bit. They have decent damage. I don't know how often they actually hit things, though. This is the problem. They have so much range. Trying to work out how I spend my gold to not immediately die to things with shields. I'm thinking that upgrading the frost towers to deal more shield damage is probably a good idea. 500 RPM. Yeah, but it misses with most of those, I think. So. There's a lot of stuff. I think it's maybe dying though. Maybe. Perhaps. Probably. Looks like it. Okay, well, I think we're good. Yeah, just barely enough. Oh. Probably want a frost keep on there, not a ballista. Whoops. A haunted house will work on a decent grave that is at a lower elevation. Will it? Big if true. Don't actually want this to be a ballista, it turns out. Frostbite 3. Guess so. Not a worthless pickup for sure. Putting a frost keep here seems really good. We are not going to expand this path much more. You think this works? Guess we'll see. That does not work. All right. It's a very comfy game, Ridicular. It's also just like perfect for my mood right now. I totally just want to watch like cute particles kill each other. Very much my vibe. Because we got this triple split here, we're going to start getting a ton of enemies coming from this direction. Which I guess is a bit awkward. It's more than a bit awkward. I did, on the bright side, get a lot of haunted houses I can place. I'm gonna run out of mana now. Build a mana bank next, I guess. Going no wait, super Kamiguru. Tower cost increases from number of towers. The more towers you cost, the more the next one costs to place. Health damage or more burn? I don't know. I think probably health damage. You probably only need to apply 25% dots because Don't think I'm ever going to make it so the dots tick fast enough to need more dots than that. Yeah, that makes sense to me. More health damage. I love how like windy this is. We're gonna be able to get tons of ballistas shooting over and over and over again in this area. This frost tower is going to be excellent once I place it. Let's take this tile. This is a pretty good tile. Ooh. We got runners. I think we're okay though. How does the haunted house work? It taxes the dead and it makes you money. Also, I have so many of these. This is abnormally many, so I'm gonna have pretty good economy. Hey, Moody Penguin. Pretty sure my mana is still going down there. The only game you've seen where a shield meter counts up instead of down. A shield meter counts up. I don't know what that means. Take the university now. I'm going to want it. I'll take university now. I'm gonna want it in another 8 waves, which is a while, but I think research breakthrough is very good. And once I take university, it gets offered to me. It gives all of my towers 5% crit. This path just keeps on getting better. Wow, yeah, it's very good. You heard the game is repetitive, so you didn't buy it. You know a lot of games that aren't repetitive? Look at all these. That's a lot of enemies with shield. I'm not very good at killing shield. Do have a lot of ballistas here though. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Leaking both, I think. Oh well. So we need to work on shield damage. Frost keeps deal +1 damage to shield. Oh, there you go. Research breakthrough. 5% crit chance for everybody. This path is struggling, so another tower on here would be good. Maybe many towers. I think that tile actually helps quite a lot. Oh, I might just be dead. This tile creates a bunch of spawn points from this direction, so we won't have as many enemies coming this way. But I don't know if I can kill these shielded runners. I'm still alive. Holy shit. What is the plan for those? They just walk straight through the frost caves, like... I don't think I have a plan for them. I think I'm just done. I think this was a thing that we already understood was going to be a struggle. And it certainly is going to be a struggle. Like another banditry, lol. Man. So I'll take dehydration. Upgrading some shield damage ballistas over here would be really nice. Still not that much, honestly. Free banditry, no downside. Doesn't matter that the tower takes an extra damage. It actually sort of does. Because I have meta progression stuff that can heal my tower. That has shield and armor and health? With so much stuff, though. Seems like maybe we're doing okay now. It's close. It's very, very close. Edwin, thanks for 20 months. I appreciate it. Oh, I'm out of mana again. Hey, Million. Hope the cost per shot on Frost doesn't go up per level. So far, it's just a flat 2 per second. I am somehow still alive. I don't even wanna... Oh yeah, I don't know. Somehow, though. Somehow not dead yet. Getting a Frost Keep here seems really good. Getting another Frost Keep over here seems really good. Here, actually. Probably build this one. Also, let's go this way in case we get over to, like, I don't know, maybe it, like, turns this way. Pretty good. They run so fast. These towers need food like the Tesla's got. The Tesla's got food? What? I don't know what that means. They got direct leveling up. Oh, yeah, I understand what you're saying. Because they miss the frost keeps, I'm going to deal damage with ballistas and just slow using them. So that's why I'm not trying to invest a ton. Because I think if I like make 2 super strong frost keeps, the end result is that they miss several enemies and then the enemies kill me, which seems really bad. Doesn't seem like what I want. I should have good money with all this seance. I think sort of close to when universities show up too. So we go here. Nail skills. Not lawlesser. What else I think I needed? I need this. Must keep. Hey, it did turn. Interesting. I should have a couple of waves before it gets dangerous again, I think. And then I died. Wait, I'm actually dead? I was definitely wrong about the, like, grace period. These enemies are scary. I did survive though, just needed some extra ballistas. Scholarships? Probably. I'm not sure how frost keeps work. They make actual snowballs, and if the snowballs hit things, they hit them. That's how they work. You can repair the tower. You have to get research that does it, or it will repair passively just from my meta progression. Where did I want to put this? I wanted to put this somewhere, and then I immediately forgot where. Probably there. What's a frost crit? Or they just deal damage. That's all it is. can't hit them? Yeah. Alright, I think I survived until the boss wave. This is huge. Boss waves haven't seemed to be that hard. The tile I just placed seems like an okay spot for a new frost keep right here. I think it has enough range to hit that. I don't know if it does. 9% slow on ballistas. Nah. Maybe though? Nah. Easy CM. How does it target different enemies if it's just these snowballs randomly hitting for damage? It just has random snowballs hitting things. I'm not sure I understand. Why does it need to target enemies? All these haunted houses I didn't place yet. That's so many haunted houses. Oh, I think that might be leaking. Close. I don't deal shield damage, huh? Yeah, I'm dead, I think. Fuck. Not even close. Not even close to killing this. Oh well. Because I'm not bad. Hey, gravity let me down. Game over. GG. As expensive as towers are, when should you think would be good to level towers up instead? I wasn't planning to buy many upgrades on towers at all. I was planning to upgrade them with universities. But also, I died. I don't know what the solution to beating that map with only frost keeps and ballistas was. Seemed hard. MVP frost towers cost more, do less. Wait. Wait. Doesn't seem good. I think I could have won that with Teslas. What Bandit thinks for the 26 months? I appreciate it. Cool. Good turn. Oh. You just do this? The boss does kill your tower if it touches it, yeah. These are all pretty bad. I need a hook. Nope. That is not a hook. When do I switch to Tesla coil stuff? Probably after I actually have Teslas set up, right? That's a hook. Oogie is a better Slay the Spire player than me. I mean, Oogie's a lot taller than me. I think people let him win. Nice. Health damage on Teslas? This path isn't a problem though. Let's build this first. That's such a good Tesla. This is also really good. Alright, awesome. Could unlock haunted houses. Not that much else to do here. Hey, Corey. There's also a really good Tesla coil. Just generally good stuff happening right now. Oh, that's even better. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Armor damage on Teslas is pretty good. Our Tesla's OP. Pretty good. Has been my experience. We're struggling on this path mostly. Maybe also on this one, apparently. Leaked a little bit. It's okay though. I killed that? I think I did. Armor damage, pretty good. I could take frost bolts for Oogie. Oh. I want Oogie to spawn like on this path probably. Something like that. I have so many houses to put ballistas by. Slow's like good right now, it just falls off later, that's all. But it is good right now. I'm gonna pass. So this path is a struggle. Yeah, it sure is. I don't think I'm quite dead. Actually didn't leak there somehow, which seems, you know, made up. Banditry is very, very good. Oh my god. Okay. Actually, like, barely took damage there. This is completely under control. Okay. Alright. Just completely under control. I'm gonna build these. I should build them next to the houses, probably. +1 damage to armor for Teslas. This seems very good. Range for ballista is also not bad. Accidental empathy. I'm gonna spawn the boss this way because I have a good long ballista track. Good thing that was completely under control. Agreed. Yeah. This is not under control though. I think I was quick enough to rescue it, just barely. That 1,000,000% kills me if I didn't upgrade that tower. A lot of stuff. Teslas don't like deal any armor damage when you build them. You have to upgrade them. Once you upgrade them, they get going though. These are all not very exciting. I'm gonna take Poison's energy stuff, because later I will want that. You just tried on a bunch of old men's colognes you found in your elderly parents' bathroom. Pretty exciting. What was your favorite? Okay, I think if I get these Teslas to like level 8, maybe we're doing okay. I remember vaguely a metric that was working for me was good enough. I don't know if that tile's good enough. Let's see if this is a hook, maybe. Yeah. Having the Teslas at the same level as the current wave number was working for me yesterday. They're definitely below that right now. But we have a lot of ballistas to cover for us. Also out of mana, and I don't... Oh. 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 Oh, I don't have mana. I can't make mana. Wait, I'm so dead. Oh no. Oh dear. Yeah, I missed that. Okay. Well then. I'm gonna need to demolish this. And maybe also this. And put ballistas down this path instead. I'm so dead. There's no fucking way. This is the boss wave too. Those Teslas are very noticeably not firing. Cool, I died to that. I didn't think I'd die to that. Alright. This is basically US COVID policy. Dying will seriously hamper our economy. I think I was decently set up there if I had mana. I want to see what the upgrades do. Can you Google that? Like, I'm actually asking because I don't know. Generally, they like upgrade towers. We go all mortar, and we get banditry at the start. Guess I'll take frostbolts to not die. Sure. Building ballistas next to the houses makes you money every turn. Tower encampment fortifies nearby paths with landmines. What's that good against? It seems like it would be good against armor. Okay, let's try this. 500 gold. Doesn't require mana, which is maybe a good thing. It's very slow. Uh-oh. Does it place mines while things aren't attacking? Also, that does not seem like usable. Jeremy thinks 5 months. He just builds them up. Okay, so in that case we want like one very, very, very long path and also a lot of slow on it, right? Interesting. Also, what am I meant to do with this? Mana siphon, maybe? I don't even need mana. All encampments gain 1 range. Does that do anything? Range increases their fire rate. Okay, guess that does do something then. Uh-oh. They get a fire rate increase for every tile and path within their range. That makes sense, I guess. So actually this is probably a good encampment on this hilltop. Is it actually that much slower than ballistas? It is significantly slower than ballistas. This seems completely impossible. I'm unconvinced. Yes, it does seem like the front guy tanks all the mines. That's something that I've noticed too. Alright. I don't think this is doable with encampments. At least, I'm not going to try to do it that run. Encampments seem like a good economic strategy. You can get to the next run and start with 2,000 gold very quickly. Exactly. Never use encampments as a primary tower. Well, I'm only allowed 2 towers, so... You know? How good are obelisks? I'm taking banditry every time there anyway. A good hook. Is this an achievement? There's an achievement for using only ballistas and each of the other towers. Flamethrower? Flamethrowers must be good. Oh, they're sort of cheap too. How effective are several high-level ballista? You want lots of low-level ballistas, not several high-level ballistas. I will need a mana bank. We'll also need napalm. Yeah, so we want to like set these up to fire. We set this to always firing at the furthest progressed enemy. We'll fire down here and hit lots of tiles. Same with like one right there. I don't think we want one here. Maybe here is actually better than here. I don't know. It is probably fine. Just use mana though. One per shot. It certainly does. Well, I have a little bit of mana. What? Oh, get out of here. That is a very early path split. Oh my god. That's a lot of enemies coming this direction, and I do not have anything here. A mana siphon? I didn't even see which direction I leaked from. This does seem like the direction I would leak from. Going for a few very strong towers here. Tree 2 seems good. Wait, phosphorus will be necessary at some point too. I'm concerned that this is actually too far up. I think I might need it here, which is terrifying. Then I need to like build a path where I kill the boss. I guess this is my path to kill the boss. If stuff goes bad, I sure don't have any time to fix things. Level 1, level 2, 5, 1. You respect how the little gremlins encourage each other. They're very cute, aren't they? We take enchanted bolts to survive shields. Nah. This is unwinnable. I've just... the reason it's unwinnable is the flamethrowers are too close to the tower and they do fucking damage over time. Also because they're inhumane, sure. Although the enemies perhaps were inhumane too. Does that excuse it? I don't know. So I'm going to try to successfully click on towers that can actually win me the game. Which may end up like being Tesla coil only or something, I don't know. Definitely not this one. But I try hard. Said I was going to attempt. I didn't say I'd do it successfully. It was a good start. I'm gonna need this at some point. The SBR. Yeah, I would like to get something that makes mana at some point, for sure. Wait, how many banditries do I have? Just got hit a little bit, maybe. A mana safe. Oh, sure. Okay, this is how I will win. Like, that's it. We did it. Good work, everybody. These are just so strong. This one doesn't get as many shots off. We'll need to over-upgrade it, I guess. I don't really need universities, I don't think. I think I actually, like, just end the game now, pretty much. Yacht. These are 3 or 4 mana per second. So I will need a few more mana siphons. That's a good enough hook, I guess. Gramoolings for the 11 months. It's a lot more difficult because I have all of these other towers unlocked and I keep getting offered them. It's just diluting my card pool. And a tree 2 is decent. So is Haunted House. Radio starting 11 months. Summiversary is close. It is. It is indeed. What were you up to a year ago? Subbing to my channel, I suppose. Oh, that's the dream. I have to kill a boss very soon, don't I? Bleed damage on Teslas is nice. And a tree 3. Sure. I'm gonna spawn the boss on this path. Oh dear. Okay. Quality over quantity. Finally. We know if resetting the experience and the upgrade section removes all meta progression. That's what it says anyway. I haven't clicked the button. Imogen. I don't yet. I have a 1080. My 3080 arrived today. But I am building a new PC for it. I'm not going to put it into this one, so at the moment it is sitting on my dining room table. My living room table? My living room is my dining room. Don't eat it. I'll try to keep that in mind. Giveaway for the old PC? No, I'm going to use it. Wait, this is the boss wave? Holy shit. I did not realize. Oh, I took Ballista Slough. I did not realize I'd taken Ballista Slough. That was a good plan. This is Oogie. Oogie is our friend. Well, Oogie is trying to kill us. Oogie, I think, is misunderstood, though. He's not having a good day, that's for sure. Alright, let's open some chests. Never mind. Let's open one chest. Exactly one. Yes, I don't have haunted houses, unfortunately. Let's get up to like 15 shield multiplier. Let's go 14 shield multiplier on these. Shieldy enemies are gonna start showing up now. It's not because it's a three-way start, it's because I have meta progression that gives me upgrades at the start of every round. It's just a meta progression game. Haunted houses would be nice. Wow, this is not good. Thanks. Not doing ballistas only. Already won with that. Not going to attempt three-way ballista only. At least not right now. Maybe later. Honestly, some of the achievements for Ballista plus one other tower are probably basically just Ballista only runs, huh? Is there meta progression in Twitch chat? I don't know. You tell me. Is it possible to increase the text size? You can zoom in on it sometimes, but not always. Gold Rush is available already? What? Where's my houses? My housies? Why can't I have my housies? I will at some point want poison synergies. What would your perks be from having Jorb's channel meta progression? Why are shields so strong? Like, the Teslas are spec'd to deal with shields, but they kill all of the other types of health better than the shields. I don't get it. Doesn't make sense to me. You would maximize ban resistance. It's capped at 0. Feels bad. Hey. Well, I don't need universities to do this. Yep, we're vibing. It was a good warm-up run. It's our first run of the day, right? Mini K? Miniature K. I wonder how much money... If you're killing everything with 6 Teslas, I wonder how much money it's worth it to pour into universities if you have them unlocked over just upgrading the Teslas you have. I'm gonna take Creeping Cough. Creeping Cough is like why I have poison synergies and care about them. The enemies with shields are 10 times as strong as they look because of their first ones with 10,000 health per pip. Gotcha. That makes sense. Hey, Jaggy. I wonder if this map is winnable with Ballista only. It's a really good map, right? These already have poison damage on them though. Like haunted houses? I think that works. It does. Does every single one of these that I place need a mana siphon? Because that's a lot of mana siphons. The in-game text is pretty small and also weird. Look, if I zoom in on this, it gets bigger. But I don't want to like zoom in all the time. I'm sorry. I am losing mana. Maybe I need more than one mana siphon per haunted house. Dead? Oh my god, I'm still alive. The haunted houses used a bit more mana than I was expecting. That was terrifying. Huh. I guess I'll take universities. Okay, I think I need more mana to win the run, and I'm out of mana siphon spots. So I guess if I get offered mana bank, I'm gonna have to take it. Sell the houses? For what? I need those for money. Bats! You shitting me? This seriously happened? Wow. Wow, really? Really? For real? Actually? What wave was that? 23? Need more health damage, wave 23. Shall we write that down? I have all of the meta stuff unlocked. It doesn't take very long to do. I didn't really have any desire to build mines there. What I should have done is like leveled the towers up 2 times more. That was the thing that I failed to do that would have won for me. Yes, unlocking everything is absolutely detrimental for trying to do this. These are not great. I'll just take Mana Siphon to have it. Ballista's dealing shield damage is not useful for quite a long time. I think I can just win with ballistas. It's a very early double spawn location. Transition into Ballista plus X in round 44. Probably the way to do it, yeah. It feels like a very good Ballista layout. Like, actually, though. And it doesn't feel like a very good layout for any of the other towers, really. Well, Murray, thanks very much for the 21 months. You cannot refund the meta progression. If only. But unfortunately, your decisions are permanent and life-threatening. If you die in Rogue Tower, you die in real life. I would know. I've done it several times. Aren't mortars good for hitting multiple approaches? Mortars have this issue where they tend to all shoot at the same thing, and it's really hard to make them not all shoot at the same thing, I think. We could have like a few strong mortars though. But fine, I don't. Lots of things we can do. If you die in California, you die in real life. So I've been told. Burn damage? Like, I don't know. All I'm getting is ballista upgrades, and they're pretty good, so. More burn damage? I don't really need more burn damage. think I just take more armor damage, probably. Pluses have +1 range, so I have 2 more range upgrades to get on them still. There's 1. Do I just take this? I'm gonna take an econ upgrade right now. I think I'm strong enough at the moment. Is that bad? A little bit bad. I have mana siphons. Okay, I don't need mana bank then. I take Seance. Maybe later. That cannot reach them. We're fine, doesn't matter. Okay. Mandatory? I want to think about specializing these ballistas. So that they don't all shoot at the same thing quite so much. Tower lookout on ballista? Is that a thing? I don't know what tower lookout does. Health, armor, shield. Double armor here. Ooh. That's intense. It's a lot of enemies coming from this direction all of a sudden. Just completely dead? Good lord. Wow. Like, Mom, I think it's 22 months. Appreciate it. That is how it works. The more paths in, the more enemies there are. Let's try to spread these out a little bit. Also, this way, like, placing ballistas here suddenly becomes really good. What do radar do? They send out biplanes, which are totally sweet. Biplanes are very cool. This is not very exciting. Maybe I just take Tesla coils. Feels like a letdown to take Tesla coils after getting this ballista set up. Ready? Creed, thanks very much for the 3 months. I appreciate it. What about a poison sprayer to deal with shields? Poison is good against shields. The paths are like sort of long enough. I think I'm very bad at dealing with shields right now. Let's try it. So these are different lengths. Oh, this is sort of a free one to place, I guess. God, this game's great. What a great game. Maybe seance time? I'm about to get haunted houses. Hey, boys. This is the boss way. Boss is coming from here. Is the boss coming from here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I need to expand here to make the boss come from there. Doable. I'm glad you liked it, boys. Goodbye, Oogie. Alright, I survived this long. Ballistas tend to, like, survive for a while, and then they tend to die, so... Shield damage is pretty good. Seems immediately relevant. Ooh, I think I'm going to take this. It will be good eventually. This should also be necessary eventually. I got so much stuff. Damage to shields is probably more important than more burn. Let's get upgrades on these. They're very bad against armor, huh? It's okay, the ballistas are probably meant to be dealing with armor anyway. Is making them target shields any good? I want them to target the furthest progressed enemy because it will AoE best. The fuck? Alright. Might need more shield damage on this. Also probably need these paths to be a bit longer and some ballistas to slow things as they're coming in. It's like it missed or something on that first wave. It feels like I did much better this time. Doesn't feel like I had any trouble with the wave. It was like shooting here and then they came through or something. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't get it. But something went wrong. So many paths. There were several paths. Not wrong about that. You put in some siphons, more gold efficient than vaults. Like, very barely more gold efficient than vaults. And I would have to click on them. Seems like a lot of work. Alright, more crit chance. This is ridiculous. The hell is this? These will, like, pay for themselves eventually. Probably want to keep upgrading this. Probably want this pad to keep expanding. Yeah, those upgrades seemed sort of important. Actually, I'm not sure that any of those work. I think legitimately 0 of them work. Maybe this one does. Nope. Infection, more health damage, more poison damage. Those are mostly the two things I can do. You have to be on the same level as the graves, that is correct. They're expensive. Oh, thanks, Sheepy. Okay, we're coming up on wave 23, which is where I died to not having enough health damage last time. I'm sure that won't happen again. We're gonna need corrosion to have them apply burn, which I probably want them to do. That's some of that good poison. Does this work? Yes. More fumes. I take more health damage. In 1820. It's spooky, huh? Probably not mana bolts. Ooh, okay. What's that crit chance look like on this now? High. I do have a lot of ballistas by my tower. That is definitely a thing that I have going for me. Okay, this path is going to terminate there. I guess I want to extend the path for the boss to arrive on. I probably want it to be here. Yeah, I almost certainly want it to be here. That goes past all my ballistas early and goes past my strongest turret. What are the dividend yields like in taxing the spirits of the underworld? Wondering if it's worth quitting your job and investing into the afterlife. I'm not sure that I would personally recommend it. Do I want universities? Probably. I have a lot of ballistas. And I will presumably build more. Okay. I survived level 23. This is the block I placed. I didn't use any of those graves. Anywhere else that ballistas make sense? Maybe here? You can take 5% crit chance, or a bunch of things that seem less exciting. I can open up... Okay, actually opening up the bleed tree makes some sense. And I think my poison guns are going to get to max crit from me upgrading them. Maybe I do that. This seems good, and then I can benefit more from ballistas here. I'm really just like believing that this gun's going to clear everything here every wave. So far it's working, I don't know. If I expand to the dead end, a portal gets built there. The enemies still come. I think I might have forgotten that I need to do shield damage again. I don't have any more gold. Could delete stuff, but I shouldn't need to. Let's see how this does. Oh. Oh. Oh! Oh! Oh, okay. Never mind. We're good. Open up poison synergies, I guess. Why did I just get 1,000 gold? Wait, but why? What? I don't understand. Oogie drops gold? Oh, okay. Didn't know that. More poison ticks. This opens up some stuff I actually do care about, I think. Research breakthrough, though. For my ballistae. Yeah. That's it. That's all I got. Alright, that time I got to wave 26. Man, I just got murdered. Just got murdered hard. What did I need more of there? Health damage, maybe? I don't know. Are those regenerating enemies? Maybe. I don't have any bleed, huh? It was a very awkward map. That bottom path was always going to be sort of a nightmare. It'd be nice to be able to, like, undo a lot of these upgrades. I wonder if it's actually worth it to reset. Thoughts? I could reset experience. Okay. Game restart required. Let's not take the things that I don't want this time around. Oh, I get it back. Slowly. There's apparently a prestige option if you reset, but you're not sure if you need the whole thing unlocked. I didn't quite have the whole thing unlocked. It's sort of humorous. Oh! I'm pretty sure I would have gotten like an achievement for unlocking the entire thing, right? What are the towers that are unlocked at the start? Nope. Yeah, I was missing the mana leech cards, that is correct. It's a good path. Where are the houses? Yup. The game's really hard without the meta progression. Don't think we'll be winning this. Wait. Wait, I didn't realize that Tesla Coil was unlocked. Maybe we will win this. Wait, can I make mana? I don't know if I can make mana. Certainly don't have any passive mana right now. Please. Hey, Mr. Nosy. One without meta progression is a personal achievement. Yeah, it would certainly be something. This doesn't seem like the map for it. I got to wave 30 first game with Teslas and got burnt out. Huh. Well, who knows? It's unfortunate that there's a gap here. I believe Prestige does nothing in this game at the moment. Sphincter Wolf thinks so, 30 months. I reset, yeah. Ow. Okay. It's gonna be hard with no mana. And like 10 gold per turn. I suppose I could delete like these ballistas and put them here, but they have some experience on them, right? Then the money they generated post-move would be worth the experience purchase? Yeah, maybe. Might be right. Looks like ballistas up here are going to be pretty good. We probably die on wave 12. I don't see how this beats wave 12. I think we survive this, but wave 12 seems very hard. The graphics of this are off-putting. I fucking love these graphics. These graphics are so much better than like other games' graphics. Graphics are good, but the font is weird for you. Fortunately, you don't have to like read anything after the first time you read it, so the font doesn't really bug me much. It isn't a perfect font. Just a comfy game. Ooh, we're going this way? That's cool. I have bad news. Good news, bad news. Good news, bad news. Bad news? I have medium news. I think we get to play a new game soon. Possibly quite soon. There are a lot of enemies in those. I reset because I wanted to be able to play with a deck that didn't have all the trash in it. And also because it seemed fun. Am I just like surviving this actually? Like fairly easily? Wow. Okay, I'm OP. Well then. This is the same wave, but there's more of it. seems rude. Jabasted. Jabasted is my favorite Twitch emote by like miles. What a great emote. It's just inspired, right? Yeah, we don't make money here. That's not really how we do it. It's okay. The ballistas are passively gaining experience. Sapphire Leaf is one of my emotes, like an official global Twitch emote. Jabasted is my favorite. Spending money on armor damage was a terrible mistake. Although I might have died without doing that. Ballistas are passive aggressively gaining experience. Possibly true. Income is unnecessary. Ballistas will win. I have a really good path for ballistas. This might be the best path I've ever seen for ballistas. I have +3 ballistas here that shoot. I have these, like... It's actually sort of nuts how good this map is. Other than not having any income. That part's unfortunate. I wonder if it will go this way next. That's the only thing that's missing. I guess it could have gone through here. Are houses spawning on new tiles also meta progression? I don't know where the houses are. We'll pay more attention this time when I unlock the meta progression, because I didn't really read all of it the first time I did it. It's a hidden meta progression? That sounds believable. Some of the stuff is definitely unlocking without you realizing, I think. Based on how many unlocks you have. Gotcha. I wonder what it's like to ride around in a... Is that a battering ram? I hope it's fun. Does Oogie regen? So we need that to go to 0. This is gonna be hard. Yeah, shield enemies are not gonna be fun if we somehow survive that long. I don't know, maybe Oogie drops a mana generator and some gold and we get a Tesla coil down to deal with the shields. Could happen. You can not only zoom in on the enemies, you can even zoom in on the text. Upgrade health damage. Cost 10. I guess I could delete these ballistas and put them here. This is way too much work, I'll just die instead. Seems better somehow. Yeah, I think I actually do win this. I think next wave is harder. How many chests do I get? Oh. Ooh. Wait. Hold. That's all the mana I got. I got 2 mana per second. That's all I can make. Oh, fuck. That's not enough mana. That is just not enough mana. That's doing some work on their shields. It's still not enough. Also, I'm absolutely, completely out of mana now. It's okay though. My mana will recharge. Right? Sure. What in the world is this god tier path? It's pretty good, huh? Pretty good. Can you upgrade the little oil wells? These ones? The mana ones? I don't think so. Honestly, I don't usually make them, so I don't really understand what they do. I don't think there's an unlock that lets you upgrade them. I don't think they, by default, do extra. Alright. When does this go to 5 per shot? Is it 1 more level and it goes to 5 per shot? It's awkward that I care, but I do right now. Okay, I get 1 more. But it's 5 and 9 that mana went up, so we probably want to wait here before we go to 13, because we won't be able to afford to fire it anymore. Does Tesla deal reduced damage to armor? Well, you can upgrade it to do whatever, but by default it has a very low armor multiplier. I think by default it's like 1, 5, 10 or something. But you can change that when you upgrade it. Get OP upgrades every turn. By default, you only get them once every 3 turns. So I'm about to get my next one. Oh, winnable, actually. Not actually winnable, but you know. I guess I don't want that Tesla to kill everything, actually, because it stops the ballistas from leveling. Guess I'll stop upgrading it for a bit. Right here is a good Tesla. This is also a good Tesla. I'm playing too optimally. Oh, whoops. Didn't realize. This already uses 5 mana per second. I can generate a total of 6. It's a little awkward. That creates a somewhat problematic upper limit to how much this Tesla can do. Do mortars use mana? They don't. Interesting. I think it's still quality over quantity. I'm gonna need health damage now, but I'm not upgrading this yet, I remember. Oh no! Really could have used more mana. You wouldn't have ever thought to not upgrade the Tesla. If I was really smart, I would have built it here to begin with. That's what would have happened if I was really smart. Sort of want to delete it. Why do people keep saying that when it's wrong? Like, how did you get into your head that it was true if it isn't true? I don't understand. Game ends at the end of level 45. Or when you die. So, when we die is when this one will end. All in on the Tesla? Like, I actually cannot do that unless I get more mana. Just actually impossible to achieve that thing without more mana. Maybe this curves this way now? No, I reset my save files so that I don't have as many dead cards in my deck. Staple Madness. Because the dead cards really hurt you. I don't know if we can kill all of those. I guess we'll find out soon. I have a lot of ballistas. Yeah, I guess we're fine. You just reset experience with that not have removed dead cards. That's what I did? I'm not buying anymore? What would I buy? Nothing that I can buy right now, like, is good to buy right now. I'd place this to get experience on it, I guess. There's no new enemies here, right? I think it's wave 23 where I'm gonna die. This is hilarious. I'm doing better than I did with like all the upgrades. Although I only have one path. Only having one path sort of helps. Better to use the mana. Is it? Why? Remember the days of not having any money? Oh, I don't actually have any money. 2,000 gold is not a lot of gold. Remember the mana bank I deleted yesterday? I do. I don't remember much of yesterday. It's all sort of a blur. Quality over quantity 2 is really good. I'm hoping that this will wrap back around and get next to this and I'll be able to build another mana siphon on it. It seems like a very ambitious dream to have, but you know. Who could say? It would be nice to copy paste priority settings. Yeah, that would be nice. Although, if the game's interface was better, what would there be left to do? It's an interesting game in that way. How does a triple priority work? They're all equally relevant. And there's a fourth hidden one that is the unit's progress. You can have as many copies of the other hours you want, Morty Borty. Did you not do 3-path with Tesla? I could've. I lost, like wave 26 and then... Yeah, I didn't really like lost in the 20s on 3-path and decided to reset. I only tried with Tesla like twice. I tried with the Frost Keep and I tried with the Poison thing. And I tried with... Oh, what's it called? The Encampment? That did not seem useful. Not an Encampment fan. The best tower placement was one with 2 completely independent passes at the wave, just like Jorbs has on the right. Here? This is probably an okay ballista here too. This is very funny. This is the wave that killed me when I had every unlock, like all of the meta scaling and progression. I'm just killing it with completely vanilla ballistas that don't even have upgrades. This is great. What a great game. Hey Luno. I'm sort of giving up on the idea that anything's gonna wrap back where I need it to go now. Oh shit. Wait. Is this winnable? No way. There's no way this is winnable. Is it though? Why isn't it winnable? I think I still need a lot more mana. Oh, I'm probably just dead right now, actually. Oh yeah, this is wave 24. Just dead to this health regen enemy wave. I need 2 or 3 Teslas fairly close to each other. The way the math works, it's more effective to level up 1 Tesla than to try to make 3. Just deal better damage that way. These ballistas are so strong. Holy shit. Oh my god. I'm invincible. Bleed? Slow. Slow deals with bosses? Bleed's really good. Go. Go. Bleed and upgrade more shield on this. And maybe that's not enough, is it? I don't think this is enough. We'll see. Clearly I need mana bolts. It is very funny that mana bolts are available in the starting deck. Someone has a very silly sense of humor. The way to survive this wave was definitely taking Ballista slow. I think if I did that, I probably can survive this wave. But taking Bleed, if I survive this wave somehow after taking Bleed, I'm like pretty excited. Mana bolts should allow you to shoot normal ballista bolts if you have no mana. Yeah, although like your Tesla will still turn off, right? Like all of your other turrets and stuff won't work. So would still be pretty bad. You just need some 3x crits. It's probably doable. Bleed is good because it stops the health regen on all these enemies. Although I'm not currently feeling like it's actually doing very much. I think that might win. More Tesla is a type of econ because they all level. Huh? Are you saying that if you place towers and then they level, it's like you're gaining econ because they're gaining experience? That is true. It's regenning shield at about the same pace that I'm damaging it right now. But it's about to walk into a lot more ballistas. What do houses do? Give me a bunch of gold. Zombie Oogie! Could I place Teslas on top of it and sell them once it's past them during the situation? Yeah, I could. I'm like not going to do that though. Wait, am I going to die to the... I didn't die to them. Oh, there's more? Oh my god. What a way to die. What a way to lose. Oh, unlucky. Generate 1 mana per second at the tower. Seems good. This is fine. This is fine. Alright. We never unlock mine. Mana bank is good. Haunted house is good. University is good. I don't know if we ever want these. Out of this stuff, what I actually want is... Wait, I don't want any of this. I want Creeping Cough. That's the only thing here that I want, I think. Burning enemies burn faster based on how much slow they have. Attacks against bleeding enemies gain 5% crit chance. Oh, I think I literally only want Creeping Cough. We are optimizing. We want every banditry. 100%. I guess I have Teslas and mortars already upgraded, So I'm going to have to go for Tesla or Mortar first. I want Thermal Arcing, and I want Hemorrhaging. Is it worth it to go out to these two? Probably. Is 5% crit on bleeding target's not good enough? No, I don't think it's that great. Is this Path of Exile? Maybe. Might be. So I don't have any of this unlocked, unfortunately. How am I gonna unlock that? That's gonna be hard if I'm not unlocking the main cards. Mortar unlocks are walled off. What do you mean by walled off? Hey, nameless inversion. Yes, if you never take the mortar card, you'll never see the other ones. That's correct. This is gonna feel so easy compared to the last one. Look at these mana crystals that I just like have. The game just gave me mana crystals. Shield, armor. Put this one on armor 2 and this one on health. Armor and shield are different concepts. Yep, they're just other types of health. Alright, so I put a Tesla there, and then we win. Seems like a plan to me. I already have mana banks, so I never need this. Never need this. No. That one. Where's banditry? I'm so proud of my little chat of capitalists. It is, there's some question as to whether the people in the house could choose not to pay us after we surrounded them with a military force and then asked them to. Uh-oh. Haven't been offered Teslas yet. It's a little bit awkward. Most 4X games are at their core about unchecked expansion, you know. Ooh, maybe this will come back here. That could be cool. Imagine if enemies could destroy siege weapons. I would rather not. I would prefer not to consider such a thing. Turns out map RNG is sort of important in this game. I wonder if I just die to this wave, actually. Card RNG is also very important, yeah. Sort of looks like I'm done. You know what's funny? If I hadn't taken banditry, I'd still be alive. I think that's funny. Alright. Good run. How many cards do I need to get card draw? 8. Draw frequency is 18. hope it's not optimal to never buy the radar tower. Well... Well... Please shoot it. Take Tesla coils now to make sure I actually get them. I don't even have a place for one yet. We can like assume that I will get one. Radar biplanes do kill bosses very fast. It's unfortunate about like the other enemies. Okay, I'm just gonna leave this here for a while so that it can level itself up. But I don't want it to actually kill everything because I want the ballistas to... Like I want enemies to leak for these ballistas to level on. Oh, we get 2. Nice. Did I know towers kill enemies? That's like optimistic. Oh, this is a way better Tesla spot. Wait. I wonder if like playing 3-path to try to consistently win is actually interesting. It might actually be interesting. Seems plausible to me. A lot of houses so far, and I didn't roll banditry either. At least I have the meta upgrades that make enemies drop more gold. The towers gain experience based on what they're attacking. As time passes, while they're attacking it, they don't actually gain experience for dealing damage, see? It's based on what they're pointing their gun at. Really wanted this to come down here. Oh well. Am I sponsored by Facebook? No, not yet. Although, if they want to pay me tons of money, I will take it. Maybe. We'll see. Depends what they ask me to do. You don't know if Facebook is a thing anymore? It's a thing. That's where people get medical advice. Where else would you get medical advice from? I should take mana banks probably. Feels like I hit my combo. Should be winnable. The combo is Tesla coils plus the ability to generate mana. Not sure how I managed it, but I did get both of those things. What do I shoot at? Will I shoot them all at shields? I don't know. Some form of income. Hey, I have a house. It's more than a lot of people have. The single path is like nice, but I don't think it matters that much past like here. I think if it was a three-way branch here, it would still be basically identical. Okay. I want this to be able to deal armor damage. Hey look, it's level 3 already. Way to go. Now it's level 9. Can't even get a house in Final Fantasy XIV. MMORPGs have always been like fascinating looks at how fucked up markets are, just like all the time. It's pretty messed up, fair or not? When the path branches, it seems that as like the same amount of enemies come from every entrance to the map, basically. That's what it seems like to me. Not quite doing it yet. When the path branches, you get the same number of total enemies, they just spawn faster. Wait, really? Really? What is the BS Trojan Horse enemy? It's like an armored personnel carrier. I guess it's a battering ram. But like the battering ram never actually reaches the tower. And also if they hit the tower, they don't need a battering ram. They just like immediately deal full damage to it. So I'm not sure why they care about having a battering ram. Hey, dang it, Dr. Bob. It's for the aesthetic. It's really good for team building. You have to carry it, right? I think it's a tiny house. I suppose a battering ram can double as a tiny house if needed. This is level 4 already. Look at it go. Level 5? Soon? TM? We doing it? Look at that. It just made me 5 gold. Boom. Just like that. Outstanding stuff. Difference between yellow and red health. Yellow and green health? It just goes red when you're dealing damage. Green is health, yellow is armor. And then purple later will be shield. That is green, yeah. That a color blindness thing? I was a little bit confused, but I figured maybe it was a color blindness thing. What is the difference between red and green? Red is the color of being angry and passionate. But it's like a very, it's like the Disney version of being passionate, I think, red. And green is the color of grass and nature. Green is very calming, and red is very aggravating as a color. Green is also nausea, that's true. G-Dog 26 months. Did we die last round? I've never lost at this game in my life. Also, yes. Elevation increases damage and range. Spooky. Am I killing that? I'm not sure. Probably. I have a lot of ballistas. I thought there was a card pick each way. Yeah, that's meta progression. This is a new save file. I suppose after I win this, I can unlock all of the other things for Teslas since I'm never getting one again. I wonder how good ballistas are at beating three-way maps. Probably not very good. That might be an issue. I did win the ballista only challenge. You really want poison, fire, and saw blade? Ballistas can poison, fire, and bleed. Luki's gonna die, right? Do we? Yes? Okay, okay, that's good. Banditry? Need some econ maybe? Longbow's probably alright too. Take this so that Teslas can poison. Just a second, I'm gonna give my cat a treat. All right. Cats get dental treats. And Zephyr gets hairball treats. Cannot imagine that those are very tasty. He seems to like them. I don't know. Maybe they are. When Zephyr leave on you. There is now an official Zephyr leave emote on the channel. You don't need better Twitch TV to use it anymore. Maybe try one and see. No, that's okay. Goodbye, chat. I don't know where you're going, but I hope it's great there. Problem with this map is that the path is very, 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 very long. So it takes a very, very long time for the things to arrive. Gatorade, thanks for the year. That's a good thing? No, it's not. Not a good thing at all. The game does not have a fast forward button. Dying slow might make the incoming enemies die of old age. I'm more concerned about me dying of old age. It's more my concern here. It's enough to get through the shields on these. They still have a lot of health though. These are very tanky enemies. What are these? Zombies? Zombies, maybe? Ghouls? Would the world be better or worse if magic existed? Magic basically does exist. Right? The answer is like, depends who's using it. Opens several game windows and play games in parallel for scalable fun. That's what I have Twitch chat for, actually. Brothinian, thanks for the 4 months. You're welcome. Tasty Waffles, hey, thanks for the gifted sub. Appreciate that very much. Hope you're having a cozy night. Depends on what your definition of magic is. Things that defy explanation for me, and do things in the world that I could not possibly do. Planes seem like probably magic. Magic is no longer where the gathering happens. Magic used to be where the gathering happened. I'm not sure what magic is anymore. Magic the loot box. Magic the 17th different cosmetic version of this card printed this year. Where are people gathering these days? Not at Magic the Gathering tournaments. Actually, still sometimes at Magic the Gathering tournaments. Why are enemies so slow? I didn't even slow them. Should see how slow they are when they're slowed. Oh, digital communications. Yeah, like streaming. Streaming is fucking magic. That's just straight magic. The thought that somebody on the other side of the world is watching this stream right now, like, completely inconceivable. Just straight nonsense. You're a skeleton? That's cool. Don't think Cheat Engine works on this executable. It's like some weird Unity thing that doesn't like Cheat Engine. I don't know, somebody said that they tried it and didn't work. There's always a way, just takes effort. Maybe. What happened to the blue cube in the corner of the Tesla? It's just a mana cube. That's just what mana looks like. I can probably just get an injector and code in C directly. Do I get to say I'm in when I do that? I'm in. You know how I would, like, get this game sped up with the least personal effort? I would just, like, say to the dev, hey, could you add a speed up button, please? That's how I would do it. You suspect people have tried that? Well, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You're a software dev, and we often say I'm in when logging into anything mundane. Good. I'm glad to hear that because it's very funny. I have heard somebody say that, but I have also heard somebody say that there's no evidence that that was ever said. Do you have a primary source document for that claim, Esrab? What are we saving gold for? Having no reason to spend it on anything? You feel like the dev said that? That's interesting. Can I get a list of the other things that you feel have happened in the world? Gonna build tons of ballistas? I mean, I could do that, but why? What would it achieve? Would a Tesla on the +2 spot next to the Tesla on the +3 spot achieve anything? Not really. The way that the towers scale. It would probably be fine, honestly. But the way that the towers scale, it probably works a bit better to go for one big Tesla instead of having two medium Teslas. Yeah, I'm going for two big Teslas. Look, don't worry about it, okay? The reason is that when the Tesla levels up, it gets base damage and it also gets a multiplier, so you're getting a multiplicative scaling out of it leveling. It does also cost more for it to level, but whatever. There's a perk that for every level it gains 1% crit chance as well. So the dream is to benefit from that. But I would have to actually be offered that perk, of course. I feel like Jorbs has never lost. Same. Me too. I'm going to build a mana bank exactly here. Two medium Tezes next to each other, one with focus damage on shield and the other on armor might be better than a pure focused one. Maybe. Why not have one on health as well, though? Hey, bloody. I feel like you were just here, like 16 hours ago, when I was also streaming this game. I made it to boss 1 with no forks. Yeah, I think so. And now you go to bed. I think 2 ships in the night. We are trying to do the Ballista +1 challenges. Well, I'm trying to do them on the 3-way map, but I decided that I needed to change what I had unlocked in order to do that, probably. Ballista men are dumb and need education. Universities don't even spawn until level 26. The like places where you put universities, I mean. But someday they might. Without crit, you think level 5 or so is optimal for a ballista up to a start cost of around 500. What does optimal mean? Optimal for what situation? There are many different situations, and in the different situations, different things are optimal, right? The map I got is so ass. You would have dodged long ago. I mean, it's a very easily winning map, I think. Pretty sure. You don't see 23 mortars. I guess we do that next. Yeah, I guess we do that next. Best DPS per gold. Against what, though? Like, how much damage you deal is different against different things. You have to consider overkill, and overkill in this game exists both in, like, killing that little enemy by more, but also that's against shield. Hold up. Okay, so watch this. We're attacking shield, shield, shield. Armor, 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 armor. So you can overkill into armor with shield damage. This is why having Tesla's prioritize shield is good, because you get a huge overkill when you like crit against shield that can get you all the way through armor. And then there's also like wasted damage. Like in this game, you have to work out how to optimally build structures on this terrain to deal damage, right? So it's not as simple as like, what is the max DPS that this can do if nothing else exists? Because you also have to consider like there are all these tiles to place ballistas elsewhere, and you're gonna have wasted fire where they're firing at the same thing. It doesn't scale the overkill proportionally to the damage it should do. It does not. I feel like that's a feature, not a bug. I feel like that's a cool mechanic. Haunted house? Hell yeah. It'd be really awkward if I took that and then found out I couldn't actually place any. We got more than a few though. Where do the dead get money from? Generational wealth? Maybe they're buried with it. Would you get buried with, like, your money? If you could? I probably wouldn't. Money's sort of gross. You start from the simple metric and then trade away from it to gain other advantages. Okay, but you have to not use the word optimal then, because that's not what you're doing. That was my, like, initial point. You're, like, defining an arbitrary metric for yourself. It's not what optimal means. But it is a useful metric. Probably. The accession. Sad ferret boy, hello. Mana charges our towers, and also lets us extort grave sites for taxes. Currently I'm doing Tesla and Ballista only, yeah. In the Albion. You'd absolutely just toss 80% of your wealth at a charity and leave the rest as a prize for an elaborate riddle that solves your murder. Wait, how would you know the solution to your murder, though? Imagine knowing how you were going to be murdered, but being unable to stop it. It's fucking messed up. I bet they have, like, psychological thrillers about that. Oh my god, I watched a satire of psychological thrillers. The woman across the street from the girl in the window or whatever. Something like that, I don't know. It's an intentionally bad name. I watched the entire season and didn't realize it was satire. I was just like, yeah, this is about what psychological thrillers are usually like. It just... It was trying to be deliberately bad and just didn't seem much worse than they usually are. Oh, look at all that money. Alright, now we're grooving. This is wave 23. We have to worry a little bit about health damage as we get into this. I think about here is where you want to start having the Teslas higher level than the wave. We are extorting the graves for taxes. That's what's using our mana. Missing a few graves far left. Don't think so. Have to be at the same level as the grave is with your building. There's no maximum the gold you can get from the haunted houses. The longer the wave lasts, the more you get. Are you serious? Oh, that is so bad. Oh no, that is so bad. Oh no. Oh, that's so bad. Yeah, that mechanic is like genuinely terrible. You started a game 5 levels into mine, and now you're at wave 42. Yup. Yeah, this map's really fucking long. You're right. Minimize enjoyment, maximize wealth. There are plenty of mechanics in games like this where you can optimize it, but should you, for fun's sake or ethically, the ethics of maximizing gold in a video game? Is it evil to try to win at this video game? Oh. How long have those been there? Wait, actually, how long have these been here? Four rounds? Oh no. Not like this. Probably since they died. Okay, or maybe shortly after. There must be some lesson in trying to tax the dead so slowly that you don't get to spend the money before you die of old age. Well, like, at some point, you just don't need more money than you have, right? I don't know. I don't know how it all works. Next to the top grave on the hill. Oh. Oh, here though. Is there a height difference you're not seeing? Probably. The elevation's very hard to see. It would be nice if there were something that distinguished the elevation a little bit better. How do I deal with shield? It's all gone. Like that. Poison damage. That's pretty cool. Zombie Oogie. Unfortunate that I don't have crit. That does seem sort of a little bit problematic. Elevation gives bonuses to Metabank's mana per second output, or do I have an upgrade that makes it 4 per second? It is 4 per second base. That is just what it is. Always. For everybody. All the time. Are we dying to ads again? Oh, we shouldn't be. Maybe, though. That could be exciting. Jorps has never died. Same. Me too. How our defense games are just inverse traffic optimization games? Oh, damn. That sounds uncomfortably true. Hey, Tater Mod, I'm doing okay. The way we should solve traffic is by putting up ballistae. No, it's the inverse of that problem. So the way we should solve traffic is taking down ballistae. You're not dead yet. I think I'm dead. Oh, I'm so dead. No! Damn it, Zombo Oogie. Oh, how much experience did I get? 401. Could have been worse. Can I get these things going? 18 cards. I don't know if I can unlock 18 cards here. Looks pretty hard. Need 8 more? Oh man. I'm so close, actually. Yeah, definitely said go my mangoes. Definitely that was a real thing that happened. Oh my god. Oh my god. How long does it take to get a little bit of experience? You think that's enough? Wait, do we survive this wave? Yes. XP is equal to score? Oh, I didn't know that. Well, I just got another 8, so way to go, me. Can we do a non-Tesla build? I'd like to win. Alright, that helps a lot. Loading. Got all these houses. Oh my. Banditry? Hippopotamus. Are the number of houses at your base tied to meta progression? Yeah, they are. Wait, look at all these houses. So much money. Also, it's such a long path again. Ugh, such a long path again. Ugh, I've been bandited. But I have a haunted house. Is there an advantage to delaying spending? Probably. You don't like get interest. So we take frost bolts and we get haunted houses and we make $1 billion money. Try for a mortar one. Let's go ballista only. I'll do ballista only for the single path, and then I will do ballista plus one other thing for the triple paths. That's how I'll do it. Sounds like a fun challenge. Why not upgrade the houses to duplexes? A good question. Hey, interesting. Maybe I should put ballistas on like the good tiles at some point. Remember when you said it was a strong start? Well, I took banditry and haunted houses as my level up so far, right? So, you know. Whoops. Also, I built every ballista on low ground by a house, which is like, you know, arguably not the right play. I don't think I'm ready to take university yet. Let's take this one. Optimizing for econ, forgot survival. I don't know, having a lot of econ is like surviving. I should probably make those target differently. Are we at the less backseating point yet? We're still okay. Backseating is not bugging me. I'll let people know if I'm being bugged by things. It's hard to imagine being bugged by something while playing this game. This game is such a vibe. Getting frostbolts and HH reminds you haunted house. What? What, Smash You? I didn't know this story. Seems like a great way to draw every round. I don't believe there's a maximum deck size in Magic the Gathering. Like, I'm pretty sure there still isn't. Is there a maximum deck size in Magic the Gathering? I dub. This game is bullshit. What a bullshit game. Oh, I guess you actually have to put ballistas on high ground? I didn't know that. It's like new to me. Well, now I know. It's already over. Look at this incredible high ground. Also, we looped around. Oh yeah, this is done. This is completely done. Oh. Range? Probably. Split of near-death priority and most health priority is good for dealing with the regenerating enemies. Near-death priority and most health priority. Sure, something like that. Are we sure that I'm not allowed Teslas? Oh shit, it looped here too? Oh, this map. This map. This map. Absolutely disgusting. I can already take this, probably. Perhaps I should wait. Perhaps I should wait. Let's take range, because it gets my ballistas more experience, right? Heavy shafts. Oh, it didn't turn left? This is unbelievable. It did turn right though. Maybe I'll come back here. Banditry 2? Frost Bolt's useful if I'm genuinely going for ballista only. Sort of a big deal, actually. Okay, fine. Didn't turn left again? Should we reset? It's probably okay. Why did I pick a fortification 1? Like in the meta progression? I don't know. So my tower has more health? What do you want from me? I put it in the deck. It's unlocked at the start. I will probably at some point want this. I'm gonna take it now. Jorb's horny for adjacent tiles. Luck. These days, if you can get excited about just about anything, that's impressive in my book. Set a ballista on lowest health to avoid overkill. Yep, probably a good idea. No! Econ, though. Sort of ridiculous that, like, in some maps your ballistas are just worth twice as much. More than twice as much? I don't know. I takes a while for the houses to recoup the ballista cost. But I can also just delete the ballistas whenever I want and get a full refund on them. If I would like. Need the mana bank. Ooh, hello? Is it happening? Had a pretty good ballista run yesterday. Yeah, I won. I won with ballistas yesterday. I'm just doing it again because it feels appropriate since I reset. I don't know. Also, like, why not? Seems like a really good map. Why would building other towers even help me here? Eddie the Cube Hub, thanks for the 16 months. I'm glad you enjoyed that video. A lot of people enjoyed that video. Wait, actually this is gonna end up being a really good tile hall. Like here maybe even? Is the plan to go Tesla again? I was just gonna beat it with ballistas. I want to get those achievements on three-way maps, not on one-way map, so I don't want to get the achievement for ballistas plus something else on this one. Feels too easy. Banditry 2 universities? A bit early to take universities, maybe? I do need these so that the ballistas can apply statuses, I guess. Maybe I should take these. Probably. Yeah, I probably need that. You know, not having cards every turn is actually sort of terrible. Like, I have half as many cards as I could. Seems sort of bad. Public Menace, thanks for the 34 months. Yes, getting cards twice as often does a lot to mitigate the deck clogging. That is very true. I wasn't too worried about it because of how often you get cards, but then like actually playing the game with 9 different towers in your deck but not wanting to unlock them is very miserable. Very miserable. Anyone know of a game that combines deck building and pre-game deck construction? Maybe Dominion? Maybe? Uh-oh. I guess I'll take an early mana bolts. I hate that I did that. I absolutely hate that I did that. I should not have done that. Oh well. It's not just that I'm gonna have to spend so much money on mana banks. It's also that the ballistas are gonna kill things faster, which is not actually a thing that I want. Also, how much fucking mana do these use? They use 1 mana per second, each ballista, I'm pretty sure. Turns out that that's quite a lot though. Higher level ballistas use more mana. That's typically how it works. It's just like how towers which use mana work. As they level up, they use more mana. Mana bolts do a lot of damage. That's certainly a thing they're good at. Maybe this will wrap back around and I'll get another ballista on that. $2.5k gold upgrade. In the wrong direction, yeah. YouTube Jorb's gonna steal this content. I put games like this on a second YouTube channel. It has all sorts of variety content. Unfortunately, I cannot tell you what it is. To watch it, you must first solve a quest. Or like Google it, I don't know. The bot command is also being written in the channel, I guess. Okay, so there are a few ways to work out what it is. There's a geocache somewhere in the Andes, and inside it is the URL to my second YouTube channel. I need this one so I can get the burn on them. Little links to the 5 months. I don't know that we can do this without a card every turn. I think it's gonna be hard. Not sure that is a sustainable business model for a YouTube channel. The reason I made a secondary YouTube channel where I posted playthroughs of games that most of my audience wasn't interested in was not to make lots of money. It was because I wanted people who wanted to watch them to be able to watch them. And didn't want to have to worry about, like, all of the things that go into catering a YouTube audience. Catering a YouTube channel to a large audience. Brands, thanks very much for the 2 months. I don't do it, Dunkopotamus. I'd have to ask the person who actually does the videos for me. Unfortunately, that's 3, 2, 1, 1. There's nowhere I can actually place a haunted house. Feels bad. This is... Oh, that's a really good ballista spot. Should have had that one up a while ago. This one's decent too. This one's not too bad. Wait, that's a +3. Alright, that's very good then. Hey, Turindle. Thanks for the 7 months. Thanks for the support. I sort of need flaming bolts. Where are the pretty particle effects? They have begun. The ballistas now shoot fire. You have multiple damage types. Ideally, our ballistae will soon be shooting fire and poison and bleed? How do you shoot bleed with a projectile? It's an interesting question. Don't know. Well, whatever they're doing, it makes the trail of the bullet look different for some reason. Maybe they're just shooting blood at enemies, and then the enemies just think they're bleeding because they have blood on them. Getting in their head. Money. I enjoyed watching the Storybook World tournament you casted recently. It's like if you put the dead ant pheromone on ants, they're like, oh shit, I guess I'm dead. Yes, a lot like that. Is research, breakthrough, or scholarships better? Interesting question. Right now, research breakthrough is better. I think scholarships is maybe slightly higher chance to win. That work? No. This works though. I basically have to build a mana bank for every ballista now, right? Like just about. That's brutal. How's it better when I don't have any universities? Well, I'm going to have universities. Time will continue to pass. Getting pretty close to needing twice as many upgrades as we have, I think. In fact, maybe we're just dead right now. Bat! These are so tanky. Oh, most of them aren't the ones that summon bats though. Looks like we're okay. Woo! That was close. I scared you when I yelled bat. I'm sorry. Imagine how scary it was for me when the enemy yelled bat. What's our second tower? It says ballista +1. I'm currently doing only ballista. At what point do we dump money into upgrades? I don't think it's ever cost efficient to upgrade these above like level 8 or something. And I think these ones get to level 8 on their own because I built them early enough. The meta progression is basically back to 0, because I reset it. You know. Is what it is. I need this to be able to get bleed. That seems very important. Alright, this is boss wave. Why can't I shoot at it? Yes. Do you seriously not do enough to slow it? What the fuck? That's very upsetting. The entire purpose was to slow it. Am I gonna die to this again? I'm gonna die to it again. I don't know. I have a lot of blisters. Maybe I'm okay. Super okay. Goodbye, zombie Oogie. Huh? Now it's a bit better to upgrade them. Alright, we're gonna try to dump a bunch of money into universities now. Yes. What do I need most? I think I need health and shield. Oops. I think I have enough. I don't have bleed yet. This is very noticeable that I do not have bleed yet. Seems somewhat problematic. Holy shit. So what I ended up achieving here is by using slow, I like put all of these regenerating enemies in the same place. And then I split fire against them perfectly. And they all regened. That's too bad. I did not have any targeting near dead. I guess I need that if I don't have bleed. Unlock 30 more cards? Fucked. This is messed up. On the bright side, I got a new record. I don't want to unlock all the 5 experience ones. This is a problem with spamming the 5 experience ones. banditry. I'm probably taking a Tesla tower, right? I mean, I think we might take some Teslas here. Tesla is cheat. True. But also, I mean, like, you know. Shaping up to be a good ballista map too. True. Maybe I won't even be offered Teslas. Is this even better than that? Tesla's gonna get nerfed? Unbelievable. Should I go for ballistas again? It is a very good map for ballistas. And it would be more impressive. Just go banditry. Banditry, fuck it. Okay. Struggling against the missile guys with your ballista run. Yeah, you just like need enough stuff. It's hard to get enough stuff because ballistas are not particularly gold efficient. Whatever. Is the banditry similar to the ambush? Probably. They have a moment's respite out there where nothing can shoot at them. I think once I get range, that'll stop being true. 3? Question mark, question mark, question mark. If 4 enemies get to my tower, more will have probably gotten through too. Maybe. I sure haven't upgraded my ballista damage in any way with all of the cards I've gotten. What? That was funny. Will probably never stop being funny to me. Physics is a distinguished field. I need this one. What do I need? This one. I think I need this one more. Ooh, a junction. Okay. Junction makes this wave in particular awkward because the enemies show up clumped. Am I Jorb and this is Jorbs? Or are you Jorbs and this is Jorbses? I am Jorbs. I am not Jorb. What would it even mean to be Jorb? What a silly idea. How many enemies are there per wave? I've never really paid attention. Feels like there must be like billions. Okay, so not like actually billions, but you know. Feels like there must be quite a lot. What does the most health plus near-death priority result? It shoots at things that don't... It shoots at the ones that have a bunch of health and regen health and tries to kill them. That's my idea with it. I don't know what it actually does though. But that is the hope. Seems like there are tons of enemies, because these have more enemies inside them, and the enemies inside them give gold as well. I think I'm currently on the banditry is good hype train. It's like the end of a perk tree that I want, so I think I'll take this one to open up a different perk tree that I need somewhat soon, maybe? Yeah, Stroll Storm. Tell us about the cuteness of your puppy, Spaniard. I feel like I didn't pronounce your name right, but I gave it my best shot. Get some shield ballista built. Health regen mobs seem to be a problem before the other regens. Yeah, absolutely. Which means I want bleed, which is the thing I just took as a prereq for bleed, so, you know, there you go. Yeah, shield Oogie is an issue. Hopefully we'll find enough stuff to deal with that. She's really cute. Some days you wake up to a close-up of her nose, then you receive a lick and she gets really happy. That is very cute. We definitely don't deserve dogs. You think, alas. What is math rock exactly? Towers below junction to start thinning early. The thing is, all of these towers I'm placing shoot twice. So if I want to win, I take Tesla Coil. If I want to Ballista, I Longbow, I think. Who wants to win? There are a lot of sexy Tesla spots. I just built ballistas on them. It is what it is. Hi, Oogie. You're here early. Oh, because I extended the long path. Yeah, that was a mistake. Looks like we're fine, though. I wonder where the break-even point for that is. God, this sucks. Bleed! Yay! Also, now I have all of the mortar upgrades unlocked because I didn't want to take mana bolts. I should have just taken mana bolts, probably. Oh well. At least I don't have to worry as much about the health regen with bleed. Break-even point for ballistas is something like level 8. Sounds believable. According to math that you did in your head last night. Well, I'm not sure my ballistas are level 8, but you know. Can't expect them to be. They'll get there eventually. I think we did enough. How much banditry do I have? I'm probably not dead. Woo-wee! More bleed, more range. Haunted house. Hmm. Hmm. I have so much banditry, maybe I don't need haunted houses. Imagine me ever not taking haunted house. Alright. The heroes, our game and my info looks awesome. Looks like I might scratch your Heroes of Might and Magic itch. That's a fun game. It is very heavily inspired by Heroes of Might and Magic. What do I have against mortars? I'm trying to win with only ballista. And they are not ballista. I did make a lot of mortars last time I made mortars. It was fun though. How do the battering rams bleed? I guess the people inside bleed, maybe? The dots deal half damage to the wrong health type, so bleeding deals more damage to health. If you have shield or armor, it deals less. I need lots of shield ballistas now. Probably never need armor ballistas again. The pluses to your range and damage. You get half of it to range and the full amount to your base damage, which is then multiplied. Imagine if your house was beside 3 tax collector's offices and you just had to pay 3 times. Imagine if your grave was... yeah. Am I a snuff-nosed bullwinkle? What's that from? Monty Python? I know that's from somewhere. Is this the Bloons 6 killer? I'm sorry, what? Bloons who? I've never heard of that. The only tower defense game I know of is Rogue Tower. You made it up, you're just insulting me? Oh, okay. Well, you're very poetic. So way to go. I have the prereqs for burn and poison, but I do not yet have burn and poison. Ooh, that one does work. The level up noise is so cute. Gosh, it's lovely. My haunted houses use mana. Hey, Stormdulu. I'm building every haunted house that I can. They have to be on the same elevation as the grave. I guess I could build ones that didn't do anything. What is the lore of this game? Are we the baddies? I'm always the baddies. It's just more fun that way. The game ends at the end of level 45 with a boss monster. Well, more realistically, it ends before then because I'm only building ballistas. And only get upgrades every other round. Failed to win the 3-lane setup last night because you kept falling asleep mid-wave. Sounds like perhaps you needed to go to sleep. Maybe that's what you were doing wrong. Haunted house without graves, give 1 gold per round? No. Really? Wait, it does. This shit. It's so bizarre. Does it use mana? Doesn't use mana? Seems worse than placing more ballistas. Woo! Only 1% of people could beat this level? Oh, please. There's no way that 1% of people could beat this level. Well, I have good news. Now I know what to spend all of my gold on. Big Word, thanks for the 35 months. That's 1% compound interest on my bank. Are you kidding me? How long does it take me to sell all of those when I need cash? Oh, I won't sell them before I die, like... Compound interest from haunted houses. Every 100 gold you invest in them returns 1 gold per turn. We're gonna be billionaires, chat. My ballistas are too strong. I guess I should take frost bolts. Don't need any of the other stuff. Actually, I can take slow but sure and try to get poison applies slow instead of taking frost bolts, which might be a little bit better. Does frost bolts make the round longer? Yeah, but that's good because it makes my houses give me more gold. Oh shit. Hell yeah. Alright. And we make this path as long as we possibly can. I am going to die. There's just no possible way that this works. It's okay that we have bleed. We should be fine for a bit. The Zillow listings for these houses must be intense. Yeah, you might be right. Why not more ballistas? Well, like... I think it has been several rounds since last time this ballista shot, so... I don't really know what I achieved by making more at the moment. The main thing I achieve is that it helps me not die on wave 24, but... I mean... whatever. Roguelike, go, thanks for the 10 months. I would sell them once I can invest money in universities. Yes, I think that universities will at some point be a better investment than those. But until then... Let me demonstrate for you the power of 1% compound interest. We just had a game with 25 universities. Hello? That's pretty cool. I wish I had 25 universities. Does it really compound if you don't get your money back until you sell them? Yep. Because you get 100 gold and then you build a new one. You have some amount of investment in haunted houses and it returns 1% and you can reinvest as much as you want. The only mistake I could possibly make here would be withdrawing my investment. Losing faith in my stonks. Oh god, I can't. No, I'm sorry. I can't even do those memes anymore. Imagine having to come up with 25 names for universities. That does sound like a lot of names. Don't the ballistas start leveling earlier? I can't, like, these ballistas are not leveling. Because they are not getting to shoot. As many ballistas are leveling as can level right now, basically. Ballistas gain experience when there are enemies that they are targeting. God, yeah, imagine getting inside this tower and then, like, you take down the tower and then you leave and it's like all of the towers are still there to shoot you. Awkward. It seems very awkward. How many do you think I have so far? 50? Not counting the ones that are actually by graves. Six. That's an interesting estimate. You might be right. One more spot for a haunted house. Ooh, there. Flaming bolts? I sort of need universities. Chat. This is unfortunate. I think burn is the least important of the statuses. Towers close to base not shooting seems like a good problem to have. This never stops being funny to me. I hope that bug never gets fixed. This way people don't ask me, why aren't you spending your gold? Instead they ask me, why do you have 100 haunted houses? Universities level up my tower damage. Do I have a number of ballistas I build, or is it arbitrary? Do you need enough ballistas to not die? Which is different depending on the map and what traits you get and stuff. Why do I have 6 haunted houses? Just didn't feel like it was correct to build more than that. I've turned the entire place into a suburb with track housing. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. The houses are giving us 1 gold every turn. Today in questionable game design adventures. Look. It is what it is, okay? Is there a hotkey for selling buildings? I don't think so, no. No, I think we might be here a little while. Or I could just decide to keep them, I don't know. Imagine how many magnificent ballista I could build. I imagine how many ballista I could build pretty regularly. Sometimes late at night while I'm all on my own. They don't actually give 1 gold, it's just a display bug. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't feel like it's true, honestly. I feel like they've been giving gold. Let's see how much this gold goes up by. It was like 800 a while ago. 1,000? What did I take, by the way? 10% slow? Okay. You love to think that I play games in my free time and laugh while thinking about how chat would hate it. I mean, I don't really think about chat while I'm doing it, but I certainly... If anything, I would say I have more chaotic energy when playing games on my own. If only there were some way to get a little bit of gold right now. It's unfortunate that I have to wait such a long time. But it's just the truth. I don't have any gold sitting around that is available to me. My bank is completely spent. And every building that I have is crucial. Yep. This strategy is how I managed to support myself with a 4-hour work week. More chaotic energy because of the psychological constraints while streaming. Because I'm paying less attention, probably. Is this some kind of SimCity build that I'm going for? I can't believe I haven't gotten an achievement for this yet, by the way. Shouldn't there be an achievement for, like, build 200 haunted houses? Maybe I don't have 200 yet. Must be close. Why shouldn't I have more haunted houses? Oh dear. Hey, I finally beat Zombie Oogie. And I did it with 10,000 gold or so. Just sitting on the map not doing anything. I guess I beat Zombie Oogie last time too. Yes! Oh, that's so good. Alright. Yes, I did beat him and then died to regen last time. I died on this incoming wave last time. Poison for the ballistas is really good. It'll help with the shield. Do you think I should sell the haunted houses now? Yeah. Man. I'm just gonna sell like this many so that if the wave gets bad, I have enough gold floating to build some panic ballista stuff. Might be okay though. I didn't find a university, did I? No. Don't liquidate all at once, I'll drive the price down. Maybe that's my plan. It's a pump and dump. Is bleed gonna be enough here? I think it is. Finally got some experience on these ballistas back here. Are the houses just a bonus income? Yep. That is what they are doing. I think range over crit chance. Where is my university spot? Hello? Next to the grave? Oh shit, there's a university spot. Okay. Fair enough. Look, you can't expect me to look at the screen and see things. That's not what I'm here for. I didn't take scholarship. Please? How do I delete these? You have to like go from, oh my god, you have to go from the top right. Because if you click the button and there's something underneath it, you'll click on the thing underneath it instead. This is the Dark Souls of city builders. Did we kill everything? No. Play an entire round of Spellcaster University? That takes a long time. Like, quite a long time. That game is a lot of fun for the first like 10 minutes. Maybe for the first 10 hours. Maybe for the first 40 hours. I don't know. It's a very good game. Alright. I have salvaged my 9.6 thousand gold. I want health damage. And magic damage. I don't really care about armor damage right now. Where to expand? Be here, so this has another thing to shoot at. Ooh. This is the point where you ask the streamer why he isn't using his money. I just used all my money. So I guess the answer must be no. Why are ballistas so good against armor? They don't have a good armor multiplier. Is armor just not strong on any of the enemies in this game or something? I don't have burn. Maybe these will be difficult. There's much less armor than health and shield for sure. It's definitely true. Why not have one university for each diamond type so you don't overprice later on? Why would that make me not overprice later on? Wow, that's a lot of stuff. The towers, which have been focusing on armor, definitely have more levels, that is true. After wave 30, there's the first heavily armored. That'll be fun. Maybe we got burn here. I think if I have burn, it's not really an issue. What's a combination of most health and near death do? It shoots at things that have lots of health but are close to dying. Scholarships? I'm sure that's good. All three go up in price, but not training. I have no clue what you're talking about. You're not the first person who has tried to, like, come up with very strange things about how the cost of paying for 1% chance of researching something in a university works. This is just Bloons TD. You know what the TD stands for in Bloons TD? university is rolling independently. Wait, does it actually not stand for tower defense? I don't actually know, I guess. Can overmind slab. Bat. Both of those universities are exactly as good as each other, Crimson's Corner. They're the same thing. I have +1 shield damage so far. I feel like we can do better than that. Do we have the super armor things yet? No, it's next wave. It's definitely not dying very fast. Specializing requires much more thinking, that is why I don't specialize them mostly. Hey SodaStream, I'm glad you enjoyed it. A good video to make. Hey Trail. Alright, that armor is actually sort of an issue. Hopefully I get burned this level. Nope, I'm just dead. Fuck! Oh, why? I just needed burn. I thought it was wave 31. Draw frequency 2, unlock 30 more cards. I'm gonna have to unlock another weapon to do that. What weapon is non-terrible to unlock? Also, like, one weapon isn't enough, honestly. How about status effects? I don't want to unlock that stuff. Buy all the blue cards, they don't count. Toward getting 30 cards. So, no. Six, 10. So I only have to unlock one more thing. Oh my god, there's so many weapons. There are 12? There are 12 towers. These ones cost 50. I guess we unlock these ones first. Shredders are actually good. Those ones? Did the upgrades cost more? No. Wait, do all of these instantly unlock? Oh, I already had them though. Now it's 29. Shit. So there's only actually 12, 16. Only actually 16 in here. How many more? 13 more. Okay. 13 more? Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, feel free to shoot that. Banditry? Banditry? Allow? Houses give 1 gold per level of the game for every ballista next to them every round. Ooh, it folded back. Okay. Houses to spam. Could have started getting the interest super early. Good thinking. What did I take instead? It was probably worse. Shield damage on ballistas? That actually is pretty bad right now, to be honest. Path might be even better than the last one, yeah? Sure might. Could be better if the segments had twists in them. Yeah, like the one I just placed. Rose is saying that this piece is better than this piece. Imagine. Which is true. I think it's very uncommon to get splits in the single path one this early in meta progression. This early. I don't claim to understand it all, but I don't think you usually get splits early on in these. Poison bolts already? I don't think it's possible to not click on poison bolts. We too good. Hey, it did curve back. Now we go here. No! So unlucky. This game is so relaxing to watch. It's just a very pretty game. Just a good game. I don't know. There is no far from death setting. Don't believe. Wait, maybe there is? Can't believe that I got Banditry 3 at the start of this too. I don't think I take range over stuff that gives damage over time. I have to take damage over time. Probably bleed first. Come on, come over here. Go this way. Our early university is good. You can't place them until wave 26 at the absolute earliest. Next tile, 3 forks. Do we want that? Why do we want that? Universities do unlock the global crit upgrade. That is true. I don't really want that one as much as I want like range and damage over time though. We're missing our chance. Feels bad. It splits, there's a chance I can get a portal in here. Yep, that would be ideal. I could be making 21, 22. Could be making like an extra 23 gold or something this turn. Haunted houses. Actually way more than that with this much banditry. I don't know what that is, Max. Theta Pi. Theta Phi. I don't need either of these. I'm not building coils. I guess Haunted House before Mana Bank. I don't need mana for anything other than Haunted Houses, I don't think. Spooky. I forgot which Oogie this is. No, I just need shield ballistas starting next turn, and Oogie's dead, so I don't need shield damage. Or I don't need health damage, rather, for this one. Unlocking what? Okay, whatever. Wait, I do have haunted houses. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother. I have slightly better things to do with my time. Not tremendously better, but like slightly better. Unlocking another type of tower is actually quite a lot worse than a waste of a card draw because it also unlocks all of the upgrades for that tower, which I'm like never going to want, right? If you don't pick the tower, you don't get its upgrades in the card choices. That is correct. At what point do I stop adding ballistas and start upgrading them? Not anytime soon. Generally, the way that I have successfully done this in the past has been to have lots of low-level ballistas and upgrade all of my towers through universities and cards. Bleed. I bleed and poison already? Sweet. That is long. This isn't really gonna work because I'm gonna run out of mana, but I mean, place them anyway. I need some mana now for more econ. If you upgrade ballistas, you upgrade individual towers, or is it upgrades map-wide? Well, from technologies, you get upgrades on all of your ballistas. From universities, you get upgrades on all of your towers. But inside individual ballistas, I can purchase level ups, which are just for that individual ballista. At the moment, I'm a little bit concerned about armor on wave 30, because that's what I just died to, and I don't have any ability to deal with it right now. So, you know, we'll see. I can upgrade for it, I guess. I don't have the prerequisite for burn even, so I need to get the prerequisite and get it. I'm not building stuff that isn't ballistas. Also, I don't even have shutters unlocked. I have turrets specialized for armor and for shields. Someone asked you what the 9th letter of the alphabet was, and it was a complete guess, but you were right. Way to go. I think if I'm offered a choice between +1 damage to armor or ballistas and mana for haunted houses, I'm going to take armor. Seems like easily important enough. Haunted houses give you at minimum 1 gold per level, even if they're not next to a grave. The 9th letter of the alphabet is probably like I? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. Hey, there you go. It has that sort of vibe. J felt too far. Could have gone with H. Wait, actually, the way that I can easily know that H is the 8th letter of the alphabet is chessboards. Boom. Maybe that's how I knew. Maybe something subconsciously worked that out in my head. No, 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 no. I don't think so. I think we just unlock universities for later. You still have to sing the alphabet in your head to get the order. That's reasonable. Nothing wrong with singing the alphabet. Why not take the mana? Because 3 mana per second is just not very much. And I need universities anyway. Your job has you working with Linux disk mappings a bunch. Yeah, I totally know a lot about that, Minike. A gravestone that has not been surrounded by haunted houses yet. All the ones I can surround, I have surrounded. I think mana banks will ever show up. Or just these things. Those work too. Wait. That's a new tile, I guess. You have a 1 in 5-ish chance of being correct for the 9th letter, because it's in that space where you know some things are too early and a bunch of things are too late. What are your candidate letters? H-I-J? I feel like K is too late already. I definitely know that E is the 5th letter of the alphabet. Like, that's just like a thing that I would know. If you asked me what letter of the alphabet F was, I would probably work out it was 1 after E and say 6. I guess there are also musical scales. Wait. But they only have 7 different letters in them. What letter is R? 16? I would guess? That's too early, right? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R. 18. Well, I wasn't far off, and I was also right about which way I was wrong. Tonight, chat, while we play this tower defense game, we can memorize the letters of the alphabet. But not like in order, like knowing which number each one is instead. I got heavy shafts. This is the prereq for burning. Alright. Isn't any reason they have to be in order. I guess it's sort of nice to have ballistas like spread all the way through, because they're always going to have enemies in range, so they're always going to be getting experience. They're not really going to like stop my later ballistas from getting experience. Seems like sort of an okay thing to do. Sort of want to avoid having this big clump of ballistas that actually kills stuff. Yeah, I guess I'm like overbuilding ballistas here. Weird. There's a lot of compound interest that's not being compounded right now. True. Something bad for regen enemies? Yeah, that's why I put them on shield, because they apply poison, so. Also, it's not like exactly even bad for regen enemies. If I like had no reason to put ballistas anywhere else anyway. "26 is a crappy number, so you vote we make up some new letters to get the alphabet to 32. I'm pretty sure there have been 32 letter alphabets in like the Indo-European language family. Maybe not 100% sure. Maybe that isn't actually true. Does Arabic have 32 letters? Arabic isn't Indo-European, is it? Pretty sure it's not. It's like very close to some languages which are though. Maybe it is. I don't know. I actually don't know. Bulgarian has 32. Fucking Pog. It's already level 4. It's awesome. Also, these can apply dots to the boss on the boss wave, so there's actually like even a pretty reasonable reason to have them. 25% burn damage? I'd imagine not taking that. Okay, I wouldn't hate range. We have all the dots though, so we're in good shape. You like the Korean alphabet? It's very pretty. Bad sound. Is it inefficient? If you have a ballista that you want to target shielded enemies, is it inefficient for it to get a health level up? I feel like the answer is probably no, but I'm not certain. Like, you'd obviously rather it had like 10 armor upgrades and 1 health upgrade than only 10 armor upgrades, but getting a health upgrade makes it harder to get the 10th armor upgrade. Is that a rhetorical question? Not entirely. Does still get the base damage for sure, and also like sometimes it's going to shoot at things anyway, presumably. The gut guess based on scaling factors, it's a wash. Like exactly or close to? Because if it's exactly a wash, that's actually like pretty impressive. The Shadowless thinks the 9 months. Are the particle effects always this cute? Our ballistas are shooting triple dot bolts, which is why they have 3 colors. If they weren't doing that, the bolts wouldn't be as cute. I am only using ballistas. That is why I'm not using things other than ballistas. When unis come on long lane, a single level in the wrong category is going to become irrelevant. But it's the multiplier. It's actually very relevant. Like leveling up armor gives me an 8 multiplier for it. Whereas a university gives me 1 more base damage when attacking armor. Is that wrong? Does university give me multiplier? Wait, maybe that's wrong. Maybe university actually gives me a multiplier. You can use effect multiplier? Oh, well, okay. So unis are better on higher level units then, I guess? That's sort of weird. I'm gonna start saving gold for universities then. One thing I'm maybe missing is slow. Might be nice to be able to slow things. I'm definitely also missing mana. Maybe I take mana first. This makes me a lot of money. Even the card-based bonuses to health, armor, shield damage increases the multiplier. Okay. Does anything increase the base damage other than, what's it called? The mana bolts for ballistas? Is it, like, functionally the same thing? No, it's not. Oh. That and level ups, yeah. That makes level ups like quite a lot better than I realized they were. I still don't have enough mana. Oh well. It'll still make me a lot more gold. Does every health tick the same amount even though not the same size? Nope. Some of them are 10k and some of them are 1k. Maybe later they're 100k? I don't know. These are probably 100k each, right? These are 10k. These are 1k. It doesn't, like, doesn't do a very good job of making it clear that that's the case, does it? Some are 100, some are 1k, and bosses are 10k. Oh, okay. That means Zombie Yugi is already dead, basically. Sorry, Zombie Yugi. Bubner First Bend is missing a siphon. This doesn't connect. I don't know if that's what you meant. The other ones are not missing siphons. There's no, you can't place another one there. What did I get? Ooh. I don't know which of these I prefer. I guess with so much damage over time, slow is pretty good. Okay, now I have reason to want, like, probably level 12 or something ballistas. How will I get those? I don't know. We'll work it out. Probably pay for them. Wait, there must be some direction I can get that from. Really? How can none of those directions work? Oh well. It looked like they were 3 different elevations, but I guess I was seeing it wrong. That makes elevation more relevant too. Interesting. Colorblind mode for the elevation differences would be nice. Just generally something that distinguished the elevation difference. Like, I'm not colorblind and I can't tell, so. Upgrading ballistas seems pretty good. Yep. Yeah, they do okay. Quality over quantity 3. Or scholarships? Take scholarships first, I think. Oh, maybe this will turn right. It's actually a decent ballista though. Dude, there's a good ballista like here too. Oh yeah, that's like super good. I'll get more range still, I think. Probably. I only have... Wait, I don't have a range upgrade yet. Oh my. That might be an issue later. We'll see. Is this the run? We'll see. I have most of the things that I need. My economy is not super great. I have a pretty good path. Maybe a very good path even. Lower range will probably level my towers more evenly. I think it just reduces the number of towers which are in range of enemies to get experience. I think giving towers more range just gives them more experience. I'm definitely planning to spend money on upgrading towers at some point. Because I got double of the 1% crit per level perk. Are the dots a flat amount of each damage type per hit? Or does the dot value scale off that damage of the hit, and thus are bigger from critical hits? You apply poison as a percentage of your attack, the way that I'm applying poison. I guess different things do different things. Ooh. I think that's the first time I've gotten one of those that I can put for universities on. Armor damage is not as important as shield and health here. The reason I died to it last time was that I didn't have burn. And dub thanks to 18 months. Bats. Green Penguin Boy, thanks for the year. I appreciate it. Ah. Feels better to give everything 5% crit chance than to lose a base damage and give it 12% crit chance. Pretty sure. I still need range. Anywhere particularly sensible to put another ballista? Let's take a look. See whether I'm getting any universities first. I am. I got 1 shield damage. Wait, does this ballista actually fire to that? I don't know. I don't think it currently does. Hey Costa! I have been known to play a variety of games. Definitely dead here without bleed. I think I'm okay with bleed, but it's still iffy, right? I would be very dead without bleed. Yikes. It's actually pretty close. Alright, this wave is 1 billion armor. I can't not do it. I just can't not. We'll see if the ballistas that I have built to target armor do enough. I haven't built that many of them. Might actually not be enough. We'll see. Yes. We held. Okay. I don't know how 31 is different from 30. Range, maybe? Range would be sort of nice. We get towers up to 12, I think. Where are my armor ballistas? I just sort of never built any. That's correct, Godolini. I'm gonna go for a Ballista plus a tower on the three-way maps, but I wanted to make a new save file to not have the stuff I didn't like unlocked, because it is hard and the stuff I didn't want was making it a lot harder. Oh my god, there's another university spot. This is pretty messed up. I didn't get any output from universities this turn though. That is a lot of armor. That's like a lot more armor than I was dealing with before. Maybe I don't get to build universities right now. I have pretty much exactly enough. Okay. The missiles have been fired. These walk slow, fortunately. And my paths are different lengths, so I'm able to deal with it all. Tend to die to shields in the 20s and then armor in the 30s. Yeah, apparently. Units give a flat damage bonus. They give a percentage chance to increase the damage multiplier for a certain type of attack on all of your towers every turn. So far I've gotten a +2 health damage modifier and +2 shield damage modifier. Seance is a bunch of money. Flaming bolts. I think they're already burning all the time. We can take slow but sure to get more slow. Or I can just take Seance for money. It's not that much money, but it's a bit of money. We do this. Let's it's fine for this path to be as long as it is, I guess. Just make like this path longer or something. I have 3 health damage, 4 shield damage. Boom. Isn't there a mana problem? Seance. I mean, yes. But, but Sans doesn't like make that worse, so. In our world. These are like leveled. Also, they aren't shooting at armor, but you know, whatever. Fire Z missiles. Very impressive to do this with a card every 2 turns instead of every turn. Yeah, it would be nice to get a card every turn, Sam. That'll help. They're all so high level. Look at all this experience. It did end up... I did turn the music up a tiny bit, yeah. Not a lot. I turned the master volume of the game up a little bit. I wonder how the math works here. How many new ballistas do I want versus how many upgrades do I want? Who knows? 5% crit for all towers? That's pretty good. I think we take that. Seems like fine to have this here. Don't need to pay to level that up, it will level up on its own. When we level up, we also gain crit. Yeah. Yeah, we do. 2 crit. 3 crit. 3 crit per level up. Means that I probably want a lot of level ups, I'm guessing. I'm also... because I don't have range, a lot of the, like, less impressive positions are much less impressive. Like this position, for example, can... I think with 1 range, this position gets way better. Do I have a sellout link? I'm not sponsored to play this. I bought the game and have been enjoying playing it. What's up with my mana? I don't have any. I am using all that I have. Oh, I just realized this is a boss wave. Not sure Robo Oogie's even making it to the main ballistas. I haven't built most of the towers in this game yet. I enjoyed the biplanes quite a lot, they're very cute. I recommend the game for casual play. I would describe myself as currently playing it casually and enjoying myself. Me and you, Robo Oogie. Oh, the speed at which I gained this experience. Outstanding. Are we gonna level up before he leaves? Maybe. Obelisk Tower is super fun, even if it's purely a win more tower like the Plains. Alpha Nanas. TP violation, hello. The mana is being drained by my haunted houses. Oogie breaking! I do not have an Instagram. I think I have an Instagram to follow Slissa. Oogie, see a blue screen. Goodbye, Oogie. My Tesla coils deal 1 more damage to armor. Wait, no, my ballistas do. Level 36. This is when big time shields shows up. Oh, I just got some good rolls there. I have an extra 8 shield damage multiplier. Those are a lot of shields, though. Like a lot, then? I'm stripping it decently, right? Like, probably okay-ish, maybe. I missed 27 10% rolls yesterday at once. It'll happen. Yeah, things are not... Ooh. Oh shit. Okay, let's spend the rest of this money. Some chonkers. Poison enemies also slows them. Yes. It's that one. Take mana bank. I think I'm okay. Should I level these up a little bit more? Definitely feels like I'm starting to hit diminishing returns on those. I don't entirely know why I'm going to level 12 on these ballistas. I just sort of like picked a number, and that was the number I picked. Feels probably okay. I'm spending about the same amount to place the ballista as to upgrade it. Eh, I don't know. Another +4 levels? Oh shit. University's carrying. The more of those levels I get, the more base damage I want my ballistas to have, right? I don't think what I just said makes any sense. Okay, I think there are enough tiles left in the map to fit enough mana banks to fund this nuclear power site. There's a nuclear power site? That's cool. I didn't know that. If mana bolts were in play, there would be no ballistas firing. Haunted houses do nothing when I have 0 mana. They make me 1 gold per turn. It seemed easy. Oh. These are a problem, yeah. We're getting into the really scary stuff. Isn't making 1 gold per turn not worth the initial cost? Yeah, but like if I find another mana thing, I'll just put it down. I don't know. You are correct. You have identified a place where I maybe wasted 300 gold. Currently have 2.2 thousand gold unspent, so don't think the 300 gold that I wasted is a very big deal. God, they make so much shit. I do have Banditry 3 though. Please kill those. Whew. That's so terrifying. Alright, I think we're just making ballistas for the rest of this. Into 13. You are correct that I overbuilt. You have identified like 300 gold that I overbuilt. You are right. The reason I did it is that I don't fucking want to think about it anymore. It is not worth my attention to try not to overbuild 300 gold there. Wave 40 is when it actually gets hard. I'm probably dead. I'd be sort of surprised if I survived wave 40. Do I survive this? These are all summons, and they're low health summons. So yeah. It's nice that I'm killing stuff so far away from my tower. Gives me long enough to actually mop it up. Okay. I think we have overwatched. Maybe need a new streamer. It's a bad moment. I got any of this stuff? A little bit. Not as much as I needed. I still don't have range. Shit. Why don't the enemies just jump through the green area to the end, like through here? That would probably be a lot more effective than what they've been doing. Look at the blow side. Why don't I just build a tower directly on the path? They might work out that they can attack them if I did that. The second they work out that they can attack my towers, I'm in a lot of trouble. Oh, that's a +2. I feel like I'm holding this okay. I just jinxed it. Okay, those portals are actually getting pretty deep now. Maybe I did. Nah, we got this. Banditry is so strong at this stage in the game. Oh wait, the ads aren't giving me money. Never mind. I take it back. What the fuck? Why don't the ads give me money? Still no range upgrade. There. I got more mana, and I don't have to go look for where my haunted houses that I haven't placed yet are. This is a huge one. height affects range and damage. There's one of these. Oh, what are these, by the way? Are these a problem? This might be a problem. What do they do? Don't they like drop these at some point? Well, they don't get to heal because I have 3 dots, but they definitely spawn dudes. I didn't even like deal damage to them yet. Oh, I am so dead. Oh my god. I thought 40 was where I got hard, but apparently it's actually 41. I think I need armor research for this. Do you see any armor? None of them have armor. It's health and shield. Oh, that's so much bonus experience, though. Is it really a loss if I got that much bonus experience? I'll be right back. Okay. The real question is, why is the M upside down? Rogue Tomer. Rogue Tomer. So I need 13 cards. Which means I'm gonna have to unlock one more of these things. Unless that's 6, 10. Yeah, I think I will. Click Beetle. What if we befriended Oogie? Question. That was 8? 9, I think. $13? Okay. I think I have everything that I want now, so... Oh, except for that, apparently. And I don't have this? Oh, fuck. Okay, except for that stuff. But, close enough. I'm gonna start playing triple defense and going for Tesla coil wins now. And go for a ballista Tesla coil on triple. That's the easiest one to get. Once we have that one, we can start on the harder ones. Carbon Green, thank you for the 7 months. I will need Haunted House later. Maybe I should just take Shredders. I don't really want to upgrade Ballistas unless, like, is there some reason I need to? I hope not. You need this. Eventually. Okay, that's a good Tesla. I sure did just take Seance. It's another okay Tesla. I would need to get Tesla towers to actually place Teslas, unfortunately. Seems like a bit of a struggle. Ow. Yeah, these aren't it. Actually killed that. Flamethrower. No, 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 no. No. I do eventually want this for what I'm trying to build, but like, do I take it now? I guess I take it now. Don't want the other ones. That is such a long, straight line. Didn't survive. Surprise, surprise. You would say reroll the run, but you think that's about to happen regardless? Yeah, me too. You noticed that, huh? Alright, that's fine. I needed these anyway. An achievement for winning by only placing Ballista. Yep, I have that achievement. Longbow is good early. I'm not convinced that I scale enough out of early game to be taking stuff that's good early. Definitely might though, I don't know. Do Tesla towers not exist? Like just straight up don't exist. Patched out? That's sort of reasonable, to be honest. They're pretty strong. Please. Please. I have a very good setup. I just need to actually find the Teslas. Yes! Okay. I guess now I need mana too. That's 3/1/1. This is awkward. No. Mana? Yes, that's correct, Anthony. That's exactly what this game is all about. I guess I want this later. I need haunted houses. I think this is more important though. You're still hunting achievements today? Yep. Hey Twinge, thanks for the host. Please not dead. Thank you. Ooh. Welcome, welcome. I am doing some things tonight. Playing some Rogue Tower, which is a lovely roguelike tower defense game, and I'm trying to beat the game with only 2 types of towers. In the hardest mode, where there are 3 paths leading to your tower. Been fun so far. You've heard the game does not have trebuchets. It's true, it has ballistas. The ballistas are pretty sweet though. I wonder what I'm meant to do about this side here. Oh my god. Alright, that's a lot of stuff. That's in the middle of the interception will happen. Banditry or Creeping Cough? I don't think I actually deal enough damage for Creeping Cough to be super relevant yet. But eventually I'll want that. A Tesla will eventually go here. Probably. Might be better to just have 2 Teslas here. It is, right? Just worried about late game enemies. Feels like I don't kill them fast enough. Jarek, thanks for the 6 months. Appreciate it. I'm putting it there. You eventually want 2 really powerful Teslas spread out per lane to deal with protection from beyond temporary and vulnerables, that is. Yes. As necessary. I think. This is fun. This is needed. Oof. I'm gonna put the rightmost Tesla on the 3 tile, because it hits more stuff that I care about here. The +3 tile only gives half range. I'm pretty sure it hits more stuff I care about there. I do need haunted houses. This, I guess I can turn right or left. Oh, it turns left. That's fun. Boogie next wave, coming from there. Five. Need another one of these still. I don't think any of these are currently good. I guess maybe Power Surge is fine. Yeah, maybe Power Surge is fine. So Oogie's coming from up here. Or here? Wait. What's the math? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, this way. I don't have any dots applied though. I think I just have enough ballistas, hopefully. I do have a lot of ballistas. Okay. 25% more poison? Did I take this slow on poison yet? I don't remember. Don't need ballista upgrades. More health damage on Teslas is fine. Do bosses one-shot your tower? Yes. Yes, they do. Okay, we're gonna start running into shield stuff now. Just barely enough. I think we're okay. I did not win the boost only run. I did not have enough stuff to survive the late game portal spam. Feels so strong to get a card every single turn. Get burned for towers. Spooky. I still didn't put ballistas on this. Maybe I have a moment where I can get away with doing that now. And then, which tile did I just place? Bleed. Okay. So that's every status effect being applied by them. Seems ideal. Sometimes it changes target, I think, and slows down its attack. Pretty weird. I don't understand what it's changing its target for, but it definitely does it. Getting bad luck with grave spawns? Yeah, I'm okay with that. We're not dead yet. We have a manageable setup, so not gonna complain. Go. Thank you very much for the host. Hope y'all are doing well. University is pretty good here. I will use that at some point. I already have poison. I don't really need more poison. The Teslas will hit for enough that they apply enough dot without leveling it up more. Okay. What do I do? I guess we make the boss lane longer, and then we're gonna want to put more ballistas on it. Actually, can't build by any of those. Mana siphons are slightly more efficient than mana banks, but you can't place many of them on the map because they have to be by the mana blocks, and they also don't increase your max mana, which does sort of matter. Nice Cephalosis. I'm also Diamond 4 in TFT, I believe. Haven't played for a long time, but I don't think MMR reset since then. Not sure. %5 crit chance. My Teslas will max their crit with quality over quantity. I should just take quality over quantity, probably. We're already at a point where it makes sense to. They're high enough level. This is 22. Yeah. Hey, you buy this game? It's just called Rogue Tower. It's on Steam. Might not be out on Steam in all locations. Interesting. That is true, positive Luna. Seance 2 for more money? I like more money. Probably time to get the front Teslas killing stuff. It's starting to get a little bit iffy. They get the achievement to Dead End. Can't expand anywhere because it blocked itself off. I have not had that happen to me yet. You prioritize your tower at the bottom being closer to the other Tesla tower and set up +1 elevation higher because it hits more tiles that I care about. Enemies coming from this way spend longer getting hit by it than they would if it were here. This is an okay moment to take creeping off. Also take Seance 3. What multipliers does this want? Okay, that costs a lot of money, it turns out. How does poison damage shield? I don't know. It's like magical poison, the shield is magical too or something. Makes sense to me. %5 crit chance. Only thing that does anything. I think. Like, unless I need more ballistas with more, like, upgrades to kill bosses, but I think I'm good. Maybe. I don't know. I need to work out how to beat the boss pretty soon. I wonder how a tower defense card game would be. Like this or Loop Hero. Wait, is Loop Hero tower offense? I don't remember. Loop Hero is basically tower defense, right? Slight twist to it. I don't totally hate more poison damage on my coils now. Maybe just more armor damage though. Oh, Retropolis is sweet. Haven't played Retropolis in a while. Feels like we're getting deep in the game so quickly. 15, 24, 25, 24. These ballistas have to slow the boss next wave. I got the ballista only achievement, yeah. Can do this. Yay. Huh. There's some options here. I don't think I have to take advanced circuits because quality over quantity gives me enough crit, I'm pretty sure. I can just skip this always. Take this or this. I'm interested in making my own game. No, it's a lot of work. And is not my job. 29, 24. Getting really close to leaking here pretty regularly. That's what Longmore mods are for? Yeah, the closest I've been to making my own game was working on Longmore 2, which was fun, but it was also a ton of work. I'm like pretty sure we beat this. I'm uncomfortably not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure. This would be a great time to have this on top of the hill, actually. This is a reason for having it on top. Has 9k poison on it. Which is not actually enough to get through its entire shield still. Although with the other dots, plus the ballistas. It'll die in here, I think. Why do the Oogies want to get to the tower? Just friendly. I think just friendly, yeah. I get a lot of mana from my haunted houses while this is going on. Or a lot of gold, rather, from them. It just keeps going up. Sure would be good if this killed those. Alright, we're good. Oh, they run fast. Oh, they run fast. Alright, we're through 25. Quality over quantity again? I think so. A lot of treasure chests. Yeah, let's take Creeping Cough. I'm gonna take Frostbolts too, I think. I only have to get the towers level 50 for quality over quantity to max their crit. So it's actually like not that far away even. These are pretty terrible. Scholarships is good. I'm about to start using universities, so yeah, that's really good. Longbow 2, I guess? Mana bolts be decent with crits. Mana bolts is for like ballistas. These are like level 4. Those are not the towers that I'm upgrading. These are not the towers that I am upgrading. 25. So we start running into a lot of armor now. Actually, I think it's like at wave 30 that we get it all, right? So maybe I was a bit faster than I needed to be on that. Just making sure I didn't die before I went and built a university seemed more important. Universities have a % chance for each of the types of damage to increase the damage multiplier for all of your towers for that damage type by 1 every turn. So they scale, basically, is what they do. Only 1% per upgrade on university. Do they upgrade on their own like other towers? No, you have to pay for upgrades. They're getting slowed by that Tesla. Hey Ray, how are you? Have you checked out of Rogue Tower yet? Thank you for the 40-month sub. If any of you don't know Ray, she's an awesome streamer. Twitch.tv/Ray. There's a ton of indie games, story games, puzzle games, Dota games. Overwatch games? I think I've seen Overwatch Ray recently. Vantune! Thanks for the Prime. It's a very cute game. Easy to play a lot of this. So I really want the path to go this way so I can get another university slot there. Oh well. Why am I bothering with armor damage? Don't know. Don't think that's important, but I guess I'm doing it. The major thing with these towers is just leveling them up. It doesn't actually matter that much which damage multipliers I pick, because the universities are going to give damage multiplier, and mostly I'm just getting a ton of base damage and crit. I didn't get French toast at the end of my stream last night. And to be honest, I'm sort of regretting that still. Universities give multiplier, that's right. They don't give base damage, they give multiplier. This one, I'm sort of like done with everything I want to research. The idea with these is to slow something down, but not kill it. We'll probably end up killing it, huh? But if I can slow things down, my haunted houses have longer to make money. So I get more money per wave that way. I don't think they're gonna successfully slow things down with how I've built them. Oh well. When you expand, being able to pick 1 out of 3 options, that'd be interesting. Isn't Targus slowest even better then? Yeah, is Oogie slower than everything else? I have it set on target max health because I'm gonna want them to target Oogie. I don't really want to have to change it. Seems like too much work. Is Mana Siphon more cost efficient than Mana Bank? Yep, slightly. One range on ballistas, I guess? Don't do that much. Woo! The crits thou. Did the ballistas even do anything? I mean, I just said what I was using these ballistas for. Research so far, we have a lot of armor damage. This is what the ballistas are doing. Keeping this friend hanging out with us, although we're gonna accidentally kill it. Marshall thinks for the 27 months. What is the range on a +5 elevation Tesla coil work? I don't know. I don't know what it looks like. Probably pretty sweet. Ooh. What? That's some research. Why did I upgrade armor research? It's probably not necessary. This is the first time I have in a while, but it just felt like there was nothing really wrong with it, and there's a lot of armor in the next like 5 waves. I've been enjoying this game, it's very comfy. Hey Marshall, good morning. Seems like this is the run. It might be. I don't know if stuff can get through or not. Stuff might get through. I'll probably take these Teslas to max crit and then build a third one for each direction. I don't know where my third one is going for here. Maybe there or something. Just don't quite trust it yet. How much money am I getting for this? You're giving me 20 gold each? It's a lot. So, as an enemy is within range of this and it's targeting the enemy, whatever type of damage it's dealing will gain experience. And then when it fills up, it will get an upgrade on its own. It's the same as me clicking the button to buy the upgrade. These don't do much. Longbow's range and experience? Yeah. Klebski, thanks for 46 months. Like 12 mana per shot, plus the haunted houses, I guess. Yeah, did the mana banks just save me? It might have. Happens when I'm out of mana, my towers stop shooting. Which would mean I basically instantly died. Should put a Tesla up there and see if it actually reaches. Reaches like there? It's not gonna reach like here. You get half a tile range for every point of elevation you have. So it would get plus 2.5 tile range. I guess it would hit there. It'd be much better to like put it there though. The banks have the worst real estate in the land. Right in the cemetery. Yeah, maybe it's not great. Another thing that ballistas do is you get +1 gold for every different type of tower that has hit an enemy when enemies die. So they do give me a +1 gold. A decent amount. Did the dev record the music? What happens with crit chance above the ×4 50%? I assume it's capped. I guess I don't know that for sure, but that has been my working assumption. Should be able to stick a tower on top of the home base. I wonder how long it would take people to try, if you could actually do that. That was the first time I ever tried. That definitely doesn't happen, Khadgar. But maybe it should. I don't think I actually could have stopped on 420 max mana. I think I'm gonna need more than that. Whoa! Oh, I actually sort of want this, I think. Okay, Oogie is showing up here. Fine by me. I'm already closing off directions. Oh, I am. I have a ton of open directions, lots of junctions this time. Hey, Zeliard. I'm just like scared of what happens when portals show up here. Portals do a lot of summoning. Maybe my tower one-shots them. I guess that's possible. Wonder what happens when they get one shot. The other directions, I feel like there's enough time for the second Tesla to kill. Five, 5, 9 to 7, 5, 10. Another 3. It's like a Flash game from 8 years ago, except it costs $15. Runs a lot better. Music's better. Graphics are better. Most things about it are better. Yes, also. I would pretty happily pay a non-zero amount of money to play Flash games from like 15 years ago. They're just good games. What's the alternative? Like FIFA? No thanks. I did not Kiku. Hello, Robo Oogie. How much money is this making me? This is so not worth it. Such a waste of my life. FIFA is a roguelike. I feel like some modes of FIFA attempt to sort of be a roguelike. A little bit. Oh, the armor regenerates. Wonder if I actually have to worry about that. I'm guessing no. Especially since the Tesla will apply burn and the armor will start regenerating. It might just be gone by the time, yeah. These ballistas have been leveling up passively for a while, I guess. Why do Tesla coils gain range from further up? I don't know. Because elevation is a strategic advantage in this rule set of this video game. Yes, being able to speed up would be very nice for situations like this. Has a boss been anything but a waste of time in this game? I've died to bosses like several times, like twice tonight. Having more poison doesn't deal more damage. Its tick rate is capped. Goodbye, Robo Oogie. Oh, these don't do anything really. None of it really does anything. Ooh. Holy moly. Goodbye them. This path has had almost no enemies on it. You can press the turbo button located on your IBM PC chassis. Pronounced chassis. Chassis. Do you think IBM was slightly too close to ICBM for the company to, like, remain popular? Ballistas deal too much damage. IBM is huge. Yeah, but not like pop culture huge anymore. I mean, I guess that never was. Interesting that I just, like, actually have nothing to do with my extra research playing like this. I'm gonna put another one there. Deep blue. I guess deep blue was pretty. I mean, was that pop culture? It's referenced a lot in pop culture, but it's referenced in pop culture as a thing that nerds care about. Watson was on Jeopardy, that's true. That's also pretty strong. References to Futurama. I liked the joke in Futurama where he woke up in the future and tried paying with a bunch of different credit cards, and the cashier kept saying that she didn't know what that was, and then he offered American Express, and she, like, put on a, like, trained employee face and said, "I'm sorry, we don't accept American Express." What? That's one of the best jokes, I think. I think we're just clicking buttons until we win at this point. I think we've done it. Unless mana runs out. Probably that's the way I die, just running out of mana. If your shafts are flaming, should you see a doctor? Your shafts? Plural? Maybe. You've been trying for a day to beat this with only ballistas, and you build one Tesla tower and it single-handedly just wins the game. Tesla towers are maybe too strong, yeah. Once considered beating it. Are you asking about Rogue Tower or Shafts? That was Discover card, not American Express. This is bullshit. I don't believe you. I straight up don't believe you. Supposedly there's a patch this week. But I don't know what it is. I don't personally expect the game to get a whole lot better than it is right now. Like, I think how good it is right now is it's fun to play for a couple of days. I'm just not really a tower defense person though. I'm playing this game because it's adorable and a very cozy vibe, but like, there's a limit to how much of that I need, you know? Actually, I have a plan. The boss is coming from here, right? We'll see if we can one-shot it. Okay, well, we can't one-shot it, but I mean, maybe we could one-shot it. I'm gonna watch this and make sure. Oh yeah, because it's like all the way around the... Yeah, okay, never mind. Those are not even making it out of the first Tesla. Yeah, fair enough. This is a thing. This is a thing that I'm a little bit worried about. I'm more worried about that happening here though. That's why I have two there. But we're fine. Alright, so back to this. I'm just going to spend all of the gold that I have for the rest of the run on upgrading the shield damage on this Tesla. And we'll see what happens. It's a lot of summoning portals. Oh my. Oh my! Wait, one of them made it through somehow. How did that even happen? Watch me die from my hubris. I get super close to dying there. I haven't died from my hubris yet. Well, I mean, okay, in video games several times, I guess, technically. But not IRL. I wonder if ballistas will deal more damage per gold in this round than Teslas. It might. I want to kill this. Okay. We have a meeting in 10 minutes. I feel like this takes longer than 10 minutes because of how long it takes these waves to die. They have such a long way to walk. Unless I made like another Tesla, maybe like there or something, that would speed it up a bit. New discoveries. Alright. Let's take a look at this crit damage. 27k? It's not enough. That's so many enemies. Trying to kill all of those with ballistas seems like sort of hard. I sort of understand why trying to do this with only ballistas has failed for me several times. What percent of my university is? I think I have like 12 of them that are at 8% on everything or something. I don't know. Which means I should be getting, what, like 3 per round or something? Something like that. Do I actually look? 5, 8, yeah, well. Beginning 18 months. Tesla coil massive murder sound is really relaxing. It's great because when you build the Tesla coil at first, it sounds like this. Well, it sounds like that. But then as you upgrade it, the sound turns into just coins. Because when the monsters die, they drop money. Could do it with a huge number of ballistas as long as they are placed along roads and not in one spot. You want with ballistas? I have beaten like the game with ballistas, but not in 3 directions. That seems really hard. How many times spawn at the start? Oh, you're asking how many directions? I believe I can hit a 48,000 damage crit on that right now. Oh, how many tiles spawn at the start? Yeah, just the tower here. Dare me to do a 69,000 damage crit. We're up to 53k. But I have to roll the 50% times 4. Which I suppose is not guaranteed. Have dares ever worked on this stream? If I wanted to do the thing. If I don't like want to do something, I'm not going to do it because because somebody in Twitch chat says I should. It's just not how our relationship works, I'm sorry. The other power restrictions are basically just going to be ballistas, right? Some of them. I wonder how often I can win with just ballistas on this map. $57,000. 8,000. Wait, why is it feeling 58,000 sometimes and 57,000 sometimes? Doesn't make any sense. Oh, is it 68? Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Gotcha. Maybe try for the no ballista achievement. What is the no ballista achievement? Does that mean winning without placing a ballista? It's such a dumb achievement. Could try that. Sounds fun. I might try a couple of the one tower attempts though first. I don't know, we'll see. Just have to leak wave 1 and hope for a Tesla. Hope for a tower. Yep. Sounds like the plan. $72. What? Woo! Somewhat large numbers. Even with one way, you won't live till the card. There's meta progression in this game where you like get more help on your tower and stuff. You get cards every round instead of every 3 rounds, stuff like that. You're robbed of our 69k. You have to round a little, I guess. First card draw is what level? You got a card draw at the end of every level. How much mana does the big coil need? 30. 3. Can crit for 85k. That is just so many units. All right, it's time. Me versus you. Big brain Oogie. God, that has so much health. I will not be one-shotting this. It's messing up the soundtrack. Well, we got through its shield, okay. Almost. It has just barely survived the Tesla. Still not as cool as the biplanes. I agree. The biplanes are very cool. Boogie's not gonna make it to the Teslas. Boogie's dead to the ballistas and the bleed. Feels bad. The dots are such a big deal for turning off regen. Sort of makes the other things that the dots do feel not relevant. Because turning off regen is just more important. Victory! Achievement unlocked. Electroshock therapy. I now have a lot of experience. Oh, damage for gold. Tesla coils are actually higher. Just barely. I don't know. Ballistas like aren't that inefficient. They're just yeah, they're pretty inefficient. I did spend an extra. I wonder how much I spent on that last Tesla. Like, probably. Yeah, a third to a half of my Tesla purchase. Just for that last Tesla. It is 4 AM here, and I have been streaming for 9 hours. Okay, we'll wind it down. I might play more of this tomorrow, or I might check something else out tomorrow instead.